Dbloc, are you still on here? Peace, family. Dump it. Peace. Bear market go.
I'm here, y'all. I just had the AC guy pop up real quick, so I gotta settle out with him, and then I'll be back. Still making that move towards CME. That's already played out. The measured move from the bearish channel would have already played out. There's no flag, right? I mean, there's no flag attached. It's just a channel, so it's the width of the channel. But now we've got to see if we don't hold this 200, come for the rest of this vector, psych high, psych low, CME gap. And like I said yesterday, all of market makers' motivations will be taken care of at that point. And that would make this our weekly high. If we put in another high past this line, right, into tomorrow, then our 3-day down is canceled. So that's basically a 3-day invalidation line, right? Other than that, we're on our 3-day retrace. I'm good. My eye feels a little bit better today, honestly. It's blurry, but it's not painful. All right, I'll be right back. All right, I'm back, y'all. What we got? We still holding on that 200. So it looks like yesterday's poll, right? The ones that voted false move, weekly high, CME, 3-day down are in the lead right now. Nice, diaries. Yeah, I mean it's been a problem the whole time, but excuse me. As we get towards the bottom of the bear market, like the scammers will start to get really hungry. It's just getting worse and worse. So there had to be a cutoff line at some point. Anybody that knows, anybody that's been here for a while knows I've been saying for the longest that we're gonna have to get rid of the friend roll eventually. It was a good thought, right? I hadn't done this before. I thought, look, you give out a free roll, and then you could just have paid stuff in the Discord, but then you could have a free roll where they just don't see as much, but they're still there hanging out. But it just gives people too much free access to members that are already feel like they're in a trusting community, and that for scammers is, that's like the perfect breeding ground. So at least this way, each person will have to be verified, and they won't be able to come in and make 10,000 accounts. We'll never be able to stop everybody. That's why I say the golden rule. I will not DM you first. If anybody asks for money, DM me and tell me. Don't give anybody money to trade for you. That's the whole point of doing this, is that so you don't have to do any of that shit. What's going on, Ghost? The ones I really feel bad for are the people that just aren't here, right? They'll come back and they're not going to be in the Discord, and it sucks, but it's impossible to go one by one. Like, it would literally be impossible for me to go and, like, yeah, I just literally can't. No, that it doesn't absolve anybody of personal responsibility at all, right? But I need to try to do what I can on my side as well. But it's all good, man. If anybody, so far all the feedback I'm getting.
We good to go.
Yeah, you're good, bro. I set you up too. I appreciate you. I've been getting good feedback from everybody, and at the end of the day, if good people get caught and are upset, then that'll be on me. But I've got to do what's right for the most amount of people. Just to be clear, the only things that there are to pay for in this Discord are the $50 membership fee, which you pay directly to the WAP. You don't even need to speak to me for that. And a hoodie if you want to buy it. That's it. Until further notice, anybody asking you for anything more than that needs to be blocked. Liquidity blocked. And reported. Yeah, it sucks, bro. Some lessons are more expensive than others for sure. One thing I can tell y'all is that there's no easy way out of this. You could take the entire Cypher course and memorize it, and there's still gonna be no getting around the 10,000 hours that you're gonna have to put in to get as nice as you want to get. There's no, there's no easy route. There's no magic indicator. There's no person you can copy trade. There's no, I'm gonna just give this guy, I'm gonna just get this guy 5K and he'll turn it into 50 for me because I seen some P&Ls, you know. So I think it's time to clean it up. It's been happening, but it's the frequency is picking up. The frequency of the attempts are picking up. So now there really is no substitute for just learning learning the environment, learning the first principles, learning chart movements, figuring out how the market works, and then developing your strategy. And I know that sounds like a lot, right? So you're tempted to look for shortcuts, or you're tempted to be willing to pay somebody who can shorten that time, which is what we're trying to do here, is shorten that time. But you're still going to have to put in the legwork. Slick, we're 2 chapters into the course and we haven't even cracked the chart open yet. I feel you. I'm all about starting at the beginning. Yeah, 100%. Not only that, right? But if you've got a group of individuals and they all learn to do it for themselves, right? But the group is still united, then you know how strong that is? When you got a group of 100, 200 people all on point, looking at the right things, reacting to the right stimulus, right? You know how much better the call outs get? And like, that's when it gets good. That's my goal. Like a force multiplier, right? Like 100 pair of eyes and 100 ears.
I think you're muted on Discord, D.
Oh shit, am I? Discord, my bad, y'all. Yeah, I think I had a cough attack a couple minutes ago and I muted that shit. Or have I been muted the whole night? Or the whole day?
I'm not sure. I just jumped on. I got off YouTube and I noticed you weren't talking in there.
Alright.
Damn, I thought you didn't want to talk to me.
Bro, you know what's crazy is that you said something and I responded, and then it was like a conversation, but I didn't even know that you didn't hear me. I said, "Yeah, I got you. I sent you the thing, and you're good to go now." I was like, "I appreciate you." My bad, bro.
Oh,
Bro, the way it worked, I couldn't even tell you couldn't hear me. I thought we had a whole conversation, gang.
Oh, damn. Do I have to do anything? Am I good?
Nah, you're good to go. I sent you your role already. If you can't see, well, you have to catch up on class. You have to do that. But all of that stuff is recorded. All the stuff you missed, yeah, all your stuff you missed is in there recorded. Just go to the video vault and you can watch the lives. And then if you go through the chapters, you can actually like read the chapters. We're only on chapter 2, so you're good. Actually, we're only on chapter 1.8 right now, so you haven't missed much.
Yeah, I've been around for 4 years, you know.
It's seeing it all in one place makes a difference, though. At least that's the feedback I'm getting. People be like, I've been here forever, and like I've heard you say all of this stuff at least 50 times, but seeing it all in one place is making it hit a little different.
Okay, I'm with it.
Yeah, just be very careful, guys, right now, anywhere. I'm not even talking about in the group, just out on Twitter. The closer we get to the bottom, the more desperate people are going to start to get for dry powder. So just be very, very suspicious of everything, right? Every message you get, every... on a brighter note, apparently the Bitcoin faucet is going to be a thing, but it's going to be through Cash App, which is interesting. So the way it works is, damn, I've got to get... Don't quote me on the numbers. I'm going to double check right now, but off of memory, what I just read was the way it works is if you buy $1 worth of Bitcoin, they give you 5. And if you spend, let me get the actual, hold on, because I'm gonna butcher this. But it's not. It's like, I think it's like $20 worth of Bitcoin that they're talking about. I'll find it for you. I do like that it's through Cash App though. If it's right through Cash App, then my my security concerns are at least a little bit. But it better be right through the app. Like there better be a, you know, it better be supported by Cash App announcement right in the app type thing. It's funny. Right after talking about scammers, we're going right into free Bitcoin. Okay, so 2026 is no joke. All right, so here we are. This is Cash App. This is right from Cash App Twitter. So spend, save, blah 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 blah. Bitcoin faucet is back. If you know, you know. They're giving away $1 million worth of Bitcoin for Bitcoin Day. So download Cash App. If you buy $10 in Bitcoin from the 6th to the 10th, you get $5 in Bitcoin. And then there was another, I saw something else where if you buy something with Bitcoin, hold on, there's another part of this. Look at all the scams underneath it. But let me show you how bad the scams are. Even on the Cash App This place is just crazy. Yeah, so you it's like, whatever. What was the other? There was another aspect to the shit though. If you spend, yeah, there was like two other things attached to it, Mick. I'm looking for the listing, so I don't.
So
But
is
yeah,
this
so
one the is this the faucet from Jack
yeah,
Dorsey as
yeah,
well?
yeah,
Or are
yeah.
they partnered up?
Yeah,
Okay.
he went through block. So basically it's no risk. Your only risk is if they make you buy $10 of Bitcoin or 20, and you don't get anything. But so apparently you just have to go and buy. This guy bought $20 though. Why? And did you get 10 if you bought 20? Because if that's what we're doing, now we're talking. Hold up. No, okay, you bought $20 worth of Bitcoin. You just earned free, but yeah, but it doesn't say how much you earned there. Yeah, I was gonna say it's got to be $5 regardless because I will get creative.
Yeah, we could get very creative there. Good old loophole.
What? Listen, me just pushing funds through. Oh, that's funny. So okay, yeah. So now when you go to Bitcoin, now it's showing Oh, so it's Square. That's what it was. If you buy anything from a Square, I think if you buy 100, let me check again. I don't want to butcher it. Complete this captcha. Come on, bro. Look, even they're worried about scammers. I feel you. All right, there we go. Pay with Bitcoin at a Square seller and get $25 in Bitcoin. Right. So then what you go is you go to the site and you go to Square, or if you go to Cash App and you go to your map, it'll show you where the local Square guys are. See here, and then I guess if you
Join
go
cash.
buy something from your local shop,
Does it say how much you would need to buy? Because let's say you go
it's not
Cash App, you
saying.
buy the $10,
I'm
and you
thinking the
get the
same thing.
$5. That's 15, and then you buy something on Square for $5, and then you get 25.
Yeah, yeah. I was thinking the same thing.
Even if you buy, what up, y'all?
What's going on, Drew?
Hey, Drew, what's good?
Yeah, even if you buy for $1 up until the 10th, like just $1 purchase gives you $25 of Bitcoin
Bet.
up until the 10th.
So there you go, y'all. $35 or $30 of Bitcoin. You could start your Bitcoin back. What's up, Drew?
That's 50% off the membership fee right there.
Yeah, right. There you go.
What's up, man? Just got back from Detroit. I'm gonna hang.
Damn, I was gonna ask vacation but like nobody goes to Detroit for vacation. Yeah,
That's
business.
everyone's
Yeah, business out there.
Everyone went there to kick it. That's
Uh,
like, yeah, we just went to kick it.
okay, cool.
Yeah, we found this little spot by a lake. It was cool. So we camped out there a little bit and then hit the
You and the
city,
shorty?
saw the museum, saw like all artsy type stuff. It's cool.
There's a lot of vacations, bro. When that baby Drew coming. Any moment now, boy. There's a whole lot of romantic vacations going on, bro.
I'll be packing those socks.
Yes, tight stop loss. Tight stop loss.
Very, very tight stop loss. Extra strength stop loss.
I hear you, gang.
You were out by me.
Oh yeah?
Yeah,
It was my first time actually like hanging in Detroit. I've been in the airport and stuff, and I was like, yeah, I was surprised how nice like downtown area is. And I was at that area right across from Canada where you can see across the water to Canada. Eastern Market was really cool too.
Oh, Eastern Market's great. I love Eastern Market. And the nightlife's really diverse too. Really diverse.
Yeah, everything. Like, I mean, that's where like techno started and everything. It's awesome there. Yeah, even house music, like basically was birthed mostly there in Detroit.
Yeah, Detroit's really big into techno. The scene used to be really cool.
I mean, it still seems
Okay.
pretty cool from what I saw. I was like, all right, you know, it seems pretty cool.
There's a really diverse art community too.
Yeah, a couple of my buddies went to Detroit years ago when it was like, you know, when everything was really bad. And they were like, bro, they're like begging us, like, please come in and, you know, cover the neighborhood, like anything to help revitalize. A lot of them stayed. A lot of them stayed. They're like, it's heaven. It's like a street artist, a graph writer's heaven. Nothing but abandoned buildings and warehouses to paint.
Truly is. And then, I mean, even some of the industrial areas just let you paint the buildings.
It's cool. Art always makes everything better, man.
I went somewhere, it was like deep in the hood, and there was this art installation that like stretched 3 blocks down in like this grassy area. They had like all shopping carts built up on top of each other. Like they just found anything and turned it into art. It was pretty cool, but it was like in a pretty bad neighborhood. But I was like, all right, let's go check it out. I forget the name. It was something project.
I think I know what you're talking about. There's a few of them. There's just
Yeah,
so much art in
it was
Detroit.
cool.
There's art just seeping out of every little nook.
Because
Yep.
it's like, you know, I guess people, they just had abandoned shopping carts everywhere. So it's like, all right, they're like, let's make art out of it. And they made some pretty cool sculptures out of stuff. I was like, all right, you know, it's a good thing, good way to use those broken ass shopping carts.
They've turned some of the abandoned lots or areas into farmland too, like their own little farmland in the summer. People have
That's
gotten really
awesome.
creative.
Yeah, and then I went to Sterling Beach. That was cool too. Sterling Beach was really nice. Kind of dystopian though, you know, with all like the big factories there.
That's dope, though. I like
That's a
that.
good one.
But we're
Yeah.
from New York, though. We're used to like grimy
Yeah.
beaches, you know?
Exactly.
Like Orchard Beach. Oof.
Or you're like even like Rockaway, or like Rockaway's actually pretty nice.
Yeah, I didn't realize that beaches were supposed to like be sandy until I came to Miami. Yeah, where the rocks at? When you get in the water, it's like the beach in Miami is the shit. I don't go nearly enough, honestly. I should be out there at least once a month getting some sun.
Yeah, man. At least like, you know, some hideaway beach if you know, if you want to avoid
Yeah,
the crowd,
there's some
find like
cuddy spots. There's some
cuddy
nice
spots
little
like
spots.
up north of Coney Island. You keep on going north a little bit, and there's like this old airstrip. Used to be like some military base around there. Was like across from Far Rockaway. I forget the name of it, but it's really dope. And it's not that far. I used to ride my bike from the city there.
Bro, I was out
No
there
one would go
once.
there.
I was out there once with it was just a couple of our friends. We were out there chilling, and we find like these mangroves and shit. Right? So we're going through like these mangroves. It was like a city block worth of mangroves, and on the other side of the mangroves was this beach. And we're like, oh shit, that's dope. It was big too. It was just like we didn't see the access to it before. So we're like, all right. We start walking, and then we start seeing signs. But the signs are like knocked. It was like a hurricane. The signs are knocked over, all battered. But like, whatever. I don't know if it's private property or not. And then start seeing one dude butt ass naked. We're like, yo, buddy's out here. He thinks he's on the beach by himself, like butt ass naked. He's crazy. We walk a couple more steps and we see a sign, and it's a clothing optional. So we're like, oh, it's a nude beach. Oh, so this is about to be lit, right?
Oh, that's by Fire Island, right?
Nah, it was Hollover, right? Hollover Beach. So we get there and we're like, all right, this is Miami. It's a new beach and we're about to see some shit. Boy, was I right. We turned the corner. I never seen so many naked men in my life. There was like 75 dudes, 50 plus, bellies out, full Superman pose, butt ass naked on the beach, just standing in the wind. We're like, yo, what's going on? There was this one girl that was there tanning, right? So my girl stopped and she was like, yo, where are we? And she was like, well, this is the only nude beach, except it's just all like nobody comes here but gay dudes. Like it's just basically like a gay dude beach. Because I come here to tan because nobody bothers me. Like that's actually pretty smart. If you're a girl, you know, go lay out butt ass naked on the gay dude beach. You absolutely cool. Like nobody's. So yeah, we hightailed it out of there. It was funny as shit. But yeah, just don't. You hear nude beach, it's not what you think. I'm just saying. Don't get your hopes up. Very disturbing.
Yeah, in Europe, a lot of the beaches are just like that without the sign. People sometimes just let it hang. Oh, like, all right.
Yeah. Stuffy Americans.
Mhm. But yeah, man, I've been away from the chart a little bit. Besides just on little alts, just playing
Bear
here and
market
there.
doing bear market things, bro. We're
Yeah,
almost
I mean,
there
I
though. We're not far from the bottom.
still hung on to a little doji, of course. A little bit of that, a little Solana, a little ETH. That's it, those three, and I've been playing, just tossing around some little bear market activity coins.
Yeah. We took advantage of some of the dead time, started Cypher School. That's been cool. I'm doing like classes 2 days a week, and then we're doing like question and answers and shit. It's been pretty cool. People like it.
Oh yeah.
You got to go check out the classrooms. All the stuff is
Yeah.
in there. It's just all the stuff I always talk about, but putting it all down on paper, after having it all in my head for all this time is pretty weird, bro. It honestly feels like it's like art. It's like doing a canvas. Like you work on something for a long time, or you have it in your head for a long time, and you're finally done, and you put it out, and it's just on the wall. Everybody's staring at it. That's what it feels like.
Yeah, it's cool. You got to record it too and online, so
Mm-hmm.
people can go back to it too. That's awesome.
That's gonna make next. The whole point is like to try to make the next bull market a little easier, bro. Like all those questions, having to answer. It was cool. Like it was cool and it was easy because it was like 100 people, 200 people in here. It was manageable, right? But if this shit gets to like 1,000 people, bro, and I gotta answer 17 times a day what a vector candle is, my head's gonna explode. So having something pre-recorded that I could like point people to is gonna help a lot.
Yeah, because it's just gonna get repetitive and it's just gonna be like besides something like that, you're just gonna go nuts.
Yeah, and then we can never get past it, right? Like we gotta keep going back to the beginning. Then we can never get to more advanced shit because like you have to start over every season for new people. I don't mind answering questions. I'm just saying if it gets physically impossible to do, then at least we have a way to.
Yeah, you catch yourself saying what Head and Shoulders are every day, and it's like, all right, you gotta.
There's got to be better use of my time, yeah. For everybody else that already knows what the Head and Shoulder is, I think it's yeah. And then not only that, but then everybody's on the same page. And then during the next season, when that question comes up, there's like 13 answers coming out, because everybody's been through it. Everybody's already been through the basics.
Yeah,
It's been cool. Stretching a different muscle than I'm used to, so it's a little awkward, but it's fun.
So yeah, man, I'm hoping for 47, even though I'm in position. I got a little something on the side I'm waiting for in case we get a magic somewhere in between 47 or 51, something like that. But I don't think I'm going to be that lucky because it's always never goes exactly where I want. So I'm already exposed, but I'm just like I am hoping it goes a little bit lower to get one more nice healthy buy-in before things warm up.
My base case is 48 to 44. My bear case is 38 to 40. That's like,
ooh, okay.
Yeah, that's my bear case, like bear case. And then my bull case would be like, we come down to 50 and maybe you get a wick down to 48 one day, but price doesn't chill it on, that last little that you get at the end of the cycle.
Yeah, things are spicy now too, so it could go either way. It's just like, man,
I mean, everything's bad, bro.
toes.
Like, even if I was thinking today, like that's what I was talking with you two today. I was like, even if we get the best news possible, just think of the best news that you could possibly think of from the war, right? Iran ceasefire agreed, everybody goes home, everybody's in peace, oil starts to move again. How much Bitcoin are you gonna buy? Like, does that really make you run to buy some Bitcoin at 68K? You know, I mean, yeah, we'll play the reactionary, you know, relief pump or whatever comes out of it, but is that really enough to break a bear market? Like, I don't think so.
Right.
Not
There
only
was some good
that,
news
but
with that.
people are going to get wrecked on oil if that happens, because you're going to see a massive red candle. If you're in an oil position and you're hoping for peace, you need to reassess your position. Yeah, everybody's sort of eyeing the same thing. I mean, like I said, there's a couple of asterisks here, right? One, we've never had a bear market with the stock with we've never had a bear market with real estate crashing at the same time. Right? By the time we get to the bottom, real estate will already be on its downturn. So that's one question mark for me, right? Does that give us lower lows than we're expecting? Then another question mark for me is, does that sideways consolidation period where we have to convince everybody that crypto's not dead, does that even happen with BlackRock and Van Eck? And we don't have to convince these guys. Once price gets low, they're going to start to buy, right? So those are two questions that could either give us a higher number than we're expecting or a lower number than we're expecting. I'm keeping close focus on both of those and evidence in either direction. You know, right now, everything still looks like it's going to play out the way it's supposed to, in my opinion.
Yeah, didn't some good numbers come out for global M2 or something? I don't know if it was
Global
yesterday
M2 has been absolutely pumping. Like, Global M2 has been going crazy, but we know why, because that commodity gear, you know, metals and silver and copper and oil, and I mean, it's like, the problem is that we didn't get any of that love. That's the thing with
But
M2.
it should kind of help right now. I mean, and if we start getting some kind of action, that global M2 should help sustain things, right?
I think it's one of the reasons that we're still in the 60s, that we haven't already come down to the 50s.
Oh, right. Yeah,
Like, we are getting some of it, you know what I mean? But it's just not enough to like make up for everything else. And any pump that we get up just gives whales an opportunity to sell higher than they thought they were going to be able to. So it's like, it's hard to fight that.
And now it's hard to even like differentiate, because a lot of with the old wallets that like it was kind of easy to be like, all right, these OGs, they're still in, these ETH wallets, old school OG Bitcoin wallets. But since now everyone got spooked with that quantum defensive, like that the old wallets aren't that defensive, a lot of those OGs, they moved their wallets, and some people are like, did they sell them? Did they move them? We don't even know if they sold them or not, if they're back in position or not. So that kind of shifted people's kind of, confidence a lot too. Because I keep on seeing like titles to headlines, like old Bitcoin wallet, moves Bitcoin, no more Bitcoin in this wallet. This wallet has no more Bitcoin in it. It's like, it's spooky headlines, which makes me feel like someone's trying to get in a position. So I'm like, let me be exposed in case this dude's about to pump it. Some people think Trump's not going to let Bitcoin go below 40 or 30 or something like that. Like, he would step in and do something if it did get that low, because him and his family are too exposed. What do you think like their threshold will be if that scenario is true? Like, like there's a threshold, like not a liquidation price, but where would you say he would have to step in and be like, all right, let me pump the gas a little bit because Bitcoin's getting a little too low,
I mean, I don't know. Like, when MicroStrategy came out and they announced their fiat strategic reserve, right, 7.5 billion or some shit. Or no, I'm sorry, 3.5 billion. And he said that that was enough to be able to pay all the dividends for 7 years without having to sell a Bitcoin. So I mean, I think the cycle would have to be threatened for him to Like there would have
See,
to be evidence that the cycle was threatened for him to change his tune.
I have a new theory, and that's just because Trump's so like sharky. He's like a sharky businessman. He's like a lot of the stuff he did was kind of borderline slumlord. But besides that, I'm just saying I wouldn't be surprised if right now, because the way they're pumping the shit out of the USD1 stablecoin, for them, the way their stablecoin is getting spread out position, no matter like the weight of Bitcoin, him and his son and his whole friends have can't compare to the amount that they have exposed in this
Oh, my bad. I
mythical
thought you were talking
USD1 right
about.
now.
My bad. I misheard you. I thought you were talking about Michael Saylor.
No, I'm talking about the Trump family.
Yeah,
Right now,
yeah. I don't
the
know. That's a good
USD1
question.
situation, he's got Aster, like that Aster DeFi exchange. They got like all these DeFi exchanges right now trading against and settling all their trades against USD1. Like today, they just announced that on Aster. So I'm like, yo, is Trump actually helping people like a Binance, like Aster, and some of them just like convince them that give them some sturdy USD1 stable coin, like East meets West, like we're good here on the stable coin you guys put on your DeFi applications. And Trump doesn't mind if people are selling their Bitcoin as long as it's getting settled in USD1. That's gonna be like, all right, even if they sell their own bags and settle it in USD1, it's a win-win. So he could nuke his own Bitcoin while he's gaining the market cap of USD1. And he's just like, everyone's like, oh, Bitcoin, Trump, you're supposed to save Bitcoin. And he's over there in the corner laughing with his big ass bag of USD1.
Possible. I don't put anything past anybody nowadays, bro. I'll be completely honest with you. Not this time. Like, I keep drilling it in, but we've never had a time where S&P is doing that, Dow is doing that, real estate is doing that, crypto's already down here, bonds are doing that. Literally everything is going down. Anything that anybody is invested in over the next year, in my opinion, is going to lose. Right? Which means that the people that they feed underneath them, right, the bottom feeders, right, and these guys too, are going to start getting creative about getting some dry powder ready for the bottom. Because this is going to be the first time that all of these things, S&P, Dow, bonds, real estate eventually down here, crypto, everything is going to be at the bottom at the same time. While real estate is still coming down to find its bottoms. And this move up for the next bull market, being able to take profit on this is going to allow you to buy as much real estate as you can get your greedy corporate hands on. So please believe me that aside from just your normal sort of scamming and normal sort of manipulation and normal sort of bullshit that we deal with in crypto, it's going to get worse because the stakes are higher.
Yeah,
The same way that you're
too.
trying to get as much dry powder as you can so you can pick up as much Bitcoin, like everybody else is thinking the same thing, except they don't have the same morals you have.
Yeah, not only that, and they can still be a honey trap, even though, like, now, I'm not saying Bitcoin's not strong, but it's still very, manipulative. Like, you can manipulate it. At least I think Trump and his friends could somehow manipulate the price.
You mean by starting World War III on Friday so it doesn't affect the market and then announcing that you took care of the problem on Monday before market opens? Bro, for the last 4 months, every good news has happened on Wednesday, midweek hump for Legacy. All the bad news has happened on Friday after markets closed, and for the most part been settled by Monday when market opens. This war is the only thing that got away from them. Everything from the Venezuelan conflict, Friday night, solved by Monday. When we dropped that big ass bomb on Iranian nuclear facilities, Friday night, gone by Monday. We're gonna give tariffs 75% tariffs to the entire world, right? On Friday, by Sunday, we came to a deal. We'll be fine. Da, da, da. So I mean, we've been getting the shit end of the stick. Now, whether that's been done for manipulative reasons to bring Bitcoin lower, or if it's just been strategically done to keep the bad news from happening during market hours so that, you know what I mean, for political reasons. But either way, it's just really convenient that that's the way it's been playing out,
Yeah, I mean, I really think the one of the main reasons, most of the weight, most of like everything that they've done right now with crypto and WLFI, kind of sacrificing the holders for WLFI. They're still 80% locked up. That they were like, oh yeah, they had a tweet that the people are going to decide and they're going to be able to vote on it. That's why it's quote unquote DeFi application. Nobody got to vote. There was no protocol to vote on it. Everyone's screaming on the timeline, like, please unlock our 80%. Like this, it's been years and you guys still have 80% of our tokens locked. Are you crazy? Meanwhile, they're I'm not minting it, but they're still putting extra supply in circulation with not telling people when and how much. It's not like there's no really math behind it. It's kind of crazy. And at the same time, they're helping convince people, bigger players, I think, to be able to sell and liquidate some of their positions when they know, like, quote, whatever, like CZ Binance and others to start playing with USD1 and his crew and a lot of the Eastern crew to start using that USD1 to settle their cryptos. And all of a sudden, it's like, all right, Trump's still winning even if the crypto goes down because everything's getting settled in USD1.
Yeah.
So yeah, when they're not in office anymore, I'm going to work on a lawsuit against the Trump family. I'm just going to wait till they're not.
Yeah, wait till that's a good idea, bro. Wait till they're not in office anymore, at least.
That's why I'm still exposed to WLF5, but not a big position. So I can say I was always I had a little position, but
Yeah.
I don't believe in WLF5 anymore. I'm kind of like done with that. They just, especially that they haven't unlocked that 80%. I'm just like, nah, that's not cool.
Nah, I hear you.
And on 1010, what happened? Like, dude, I got murdered. I basically got like, I don't want to say to give you points on YouTube or whatever, but yeah, I got it bad. Like, no kind of
Yeah.
no lube, nothing.
Yeah.
And 1010, when you see the wick that happened, it happened right before like the tariff. Then he said the tariff, and then everything else dumped. So WLFI dumped twice because it was the only one to dump before the tariff announcement. So it was an insider trade.
Something's got to be done about that poly market shit.
Oh yeah, and imagine the money made off that too.
Oof.
That's icing on the cake right there. Yep. We just got a new daily, a little bit of green on it.
See if we can get back above this SR flip, but I think we're just getting mean reversion from those vectors. Retest the 50. And then start our 3-day down. 3-day retracement is invalidated only if we can get above 703 after this line. Right, so that's your invalidation.
Let's just rip that band-aid off and turn that 3-day down into a 3-minute down, flash crash, and clear everything and keep it moving. Nah, Sir James 33 saying that on Poly Market, they bet whether Trump would praise Allah on Easter. That's nuts. Because he did that tweet. I don't know if that's wild if somebody made that bet.
There's some real degen shit going on Poly market, bro.
No, but the thing is that he said that he actually
Yeah,
did say praise. Yeah, he praised Allah. He was like,
bro.
I
All
don't
it,
know what his goal was, like what he was trying to do. If it was like he was mocking it or if he was giving respect. But
you know how many hands that speech goes through from the time that it's written to the time that he, you know what I mean, to the time that he reads it. Each one of those people could go on Poly. Like every time that he speaks, there's a book for words that he'll say, specific words that he'll say or won't say. But all you need to do is be a speechwriter, somebody that's editing, somebody that, you know, an intern.
if they get caught though, even them though, if they get caught doing stuff like that, it's their ass. Like they'll do big jail time.
It's just easier not to get caught on Poly than using insider information to like place a bet on a stock on the stock market.
Right.
Right? Like you expose yourself by doing that. But on Poly, create an account.
Well,
You have
on
your
Poly,
friend put in the bet for you or something. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah. You're right.
if you're a bull, that's your target. You want this party to continue. You need to break that dashed line, but it doesn't count unless you do it past this point. So anywhere to the right side of this. Pretty much tapped most of that vector, and you got your mean reversion to the 50. Yeah, some of the stuff really doesn't look bad on higher time frames. I'll be real with you. I was looking through like watch, I can show you better than I could tell you. Now, a lot of stuff looks like shit, don't get me wrong. But let me turn all this off so we can flip through it really quickly. Another good thing I like about the indicator, how fast I can get through the entire blockchain. Like a quick scan. Alright, so we'll run through it quick. 88 ALZ, this is daily chart. Right, like everything's somewhat building structure, right, after large drops, but I think it's just bait. I think it's just it's structure that ends up failing. Right, but you've got higher lows. That's the W you're talking about on Bitcoin. But it's also a massive bear flag. Okay. Like almost nothing on the daily is a go yet. Hype has been running. Hype looks great. But as far as like macro scalps, more a couple of AI things that are doing all right. So others BTC, right? So this is like the fun we've been having on alts on this whole run up. But you see how it's starting to look kind of toppy. Render doesn't look horrible, interestingly enough. But you see how fast you can kind of switch through your, damn, look at Sky. See how fast you can switch through your list. Right. You can do this on whatever time frame. Right. If you're looking for something to scalp right now, you just put it on the 5-minute and see what's ready, you know? That's the other tile, the fake tile, TAU. All right, so if you have a well-curated list, and now this list is just everything you guys ask me for TA on sometimes, right? But you should have a more curated list. And it should take you no time at all to come to your list, go to the 5-minute, put on your EMAs, and scroll through and see what's doing what. Silver gold ratio looks interesting on the small time frames. Maybe silver will start catching a little break here. Sol ETH. Sol BTC. Sol's not looking good right now. Louis BTC. Total looks like it wants to roll over. Total BTC looks like it wants to roll over. Total 3. Gonna hold. It needs to hold here. virtuals BTC. But yeah. So yesterday we spoke where we came up and we were looking to see if we were going to put in that high, right, for the false move up. We came in and we looked at our market maker motivations here, right? And I pointed out they were all underneath us. And so far we've got the 200, the 50, the 5, the 13, and daily open all got wiped. 800 EMA got taken out as well. Right? So usually when you get to your 800, I tell you that that's your exhaustion, right? You tend to go mean reversion after that, which is what we're doing now. If we take out these lows, then psych high, psych low, CME gap, and then we reassess. Deal? Deal. Alright, I need to eat some food and go to the gym. I'm gonna go to the boxing gym today and get a couple rounds in. Last time I went to the gym, I got beat the hell up. That shit was great. I'm not even gonna lie. Little Mexican dude.
That's a great idea, actually. And you want to make your eye better? Is that what the?
I'll wear. I'll wear. I'll wear headgear.
Yeah.
I'll be that guy. I'll wear headgear. And I'll make sure I don't fight the same guy I fought last time.
Tell him you'll infect him. If not.
That was great, man. The little Mexican dude hit me so hard. I knew I was. I knew it was gonna be an issue after like the first or second hit.
You're gonna get that sty knocked out your eye.
Maybe they'll pop it, right? Nah, I'm not gonna keep it light. I'm not doing anything crazy, but I need to go hit the bag a couple times, get some stress out. I'm very just by nature I've always been like this, but I'm very protective. And like usually, right, somebody does something to somebody that, you know, I care about, or, you know, I can do something about it. But man, with this shit online, you know what I mean? Like, you get stuck with that feeling like you want to tear somebody's head off, but there's nobody there, you know? So going to the gym is a good way to get all that stuff out. I just hate when people try to take advantage, especially when it's the people that I care about, you know what I mean? That I'm trying to protect. I used to have this dream. Reoccurring nightmare when I was younger, right? I probably told y'all about this before. Where like I'd be out with somebody, either my mom, my girl, whatever, somebody I'm supposed to care about and protect, right? And then somebody would do something to him, like slap him or something. And I go to slap him, and then they'd hit me harder. And then I'd go to like, you know, I'd show up with a knife, and they had a bigger knife. And I'd show up with a gun, they had a bigger gun. I showed up with 12 people, and they had 30 people. This is like this weird thing, right? Where like you could never get back. It's just weird. I don't know. I don't know where it came from, but that was like a super like reoccurring dream I used to have all the time. It's probably just from being young and seeing shit happen to your family that you're not in control. You know what I mean? Like that lack of control. But I've definitely carried that into adulthood. Nah, it is like a reoccurring nightmare. It was like horrible. No matter what I did, this dude would just get the best of me every time. It did teach me that there's always somebody bigger, badder, crazier with less to lose. Though. That's a fact. Nah, Pre. How much of that is your fault? It's probably your fault, but it's how many YouTube hours you've been putting in at work. I mean, there's no monsters under the bed, but it doesn't hurt to check, right? Like, what do you lose by just taking a little look? Plan is to just ride this down into CME and look for some sort of mean reversion play into tonight. But 3-day down. All right, we go back to our weekend trap real quick. So we had our trap longs, our trap shorts. We had a nice little traditional weekend trap. Took out the trap longs, right, indicating a false move up on Sunday. Put in the high on Monday, and we've now taken the lows out. So unless we get above this line after this line on the chart into tomorrow, then we should be in our 3-day retracement. Right, CME gap, in my opinion, will get taken during that. The question is, do we break this support during our 3-day retracement or not. If we get back underneath this line, then we can start talking about further downs. If not, unfortunately, and I know nobody wants to hear this shit, but if not, we're just in this range, guys. We're just down back at the bottom of the range again. Right? And we know with range trading that the assumption we have to play off of is that support continues to remain support and resistance continues to remain resistance. Right? This is a deviation out of that range that tried to hold but couldn't sustain itself. Now we've broken back down under the range and we're bearishly retesting it. It depends on how much you zoom out. Right? If you zoom out enough to see the W right here, right, then that does look like it has some bullishness to it. Except for that this would be yet another lower high, right, in this downtrend. But as far as this section, that's why we have this measured move right here, right? This is the measured move if that plays out. 735 of that W. The problem is if you zoom all the way out, then you realize we're consolidating and struggling at the bottom of the bear flag. Right? And even a move up, even that move that we're looking at that would be amazing would just be a lower high. But yeah, this hasn't disproved its bullishness yet. This W until we break down, which is why I said we have to see if that 3-day can break this support. Because breaking this support would be the W invalidation right here. Right around here. Is it better now? It's not doing the same thing now? Or did it sound cool at least? Did I gain aura or did I lose aura? The only thing that's really important, right? Yeah, I definitely lost some aura. It's alright, I'll get it back. Damn it. I remember when we went full chipmunk. Aura points, H. In America, it's all about aura points. Alright, cool. As long as it was cool.
So that CME gap seems like a pretty easy trade here that I'm already been in.
Yeah, I would think so.
How much? Just thinking, I wonder how long is it going to take to get there. It'd be nice if they could get there tonight.
You got the 800 and the 200 to get through, but I don't think at that point we've already taken out the lows. Like sentiment's gonna shift with every move down here. So I don't think you'll have to wait long. Probably by the time I'm done with dinner and I get back from the gym, we would have already. This is where I want to try to catch a falling knife into that support. Yeah, toxin. There you go. Basically. It's your current like running real time da-dun level. Like everybody you talk to either gives you points or takes points away. This kid's got it hard, bro. Shit. All you needed to have was a car when I was in school, when you were like maxed out on aura points. Not as much as you should. They're just going to pass out food, Hoover. They're gonna go link up with an 82nd Airborne and run some hearts and minds missions. Or maybe they're using the artillery brigade to take care of the fireworks show for when they announce a ceasefire, right? It's gonna be like a big multinational fireworks show. Just announcing, ushering in a new era of peace. Exactly, Jacob. Just listen, from my experience, and it's not always easy to do this because people aren't always like blatant as we're being now, but just ignore everything somebody says and just watch what they do, bro. Because the shit just does not match up. Yo, are we getting those because I know those AI crypto scams are back on YouTube, the fake Trump and the fake Elon or whatever. Are we getting those on the channel? Like when you go to commercial break? Because I know I've seen it when I've been searching YouTube on other people's channels. I'm just wondering if we're getting the same shit. So we can have like daily warnings about it, you know? That's exactly what I'm talking about, Ghost. All the QR code scams. Bro, I'm telling you, the wolves are out. I don't know what it is about this week, but we've passed some sort of line in the sand where all the scumbags are coming out from under their rocks, bro. I was just talking about this with the mods in chat, but not everybody was raised in the same type of places, and I have to remember that because, like, I stopped falling for scams when I was 13, but I lived in a place where I saw every sort of scam and every variation that before I was old enough to drink. In New York City, you can imagine. But not everybody was raised like that, bro. Not everybody. Some people were raised in places where they managed to go their whole life without getting scammed. Right? They trust the people around them, and they've never had to pay for that trust. So for some of us, it's like, bro, how do you fall for something like that? But then for other people's, it's like, well, you know. But yeah, just be careful out there, y'all. Nobody wants to give you anything for free. I mean, you just start to recognize it. Like, you can hear it, right? Like, I can hear it in people's voices. That was always my problem with Richard Hart. Bro, Richard Hart would get to yapping, and I'm like, nope. Nah, I'm good. Too fast, bro. Too slick. Too much of a slick talker. Too much of a automatic answer for, you know what I mean? Like, you can just hear the tone. It's not free. You got to think of it like this, right? What Block is doing, right? Block and I guess Cash App. So Square, right? Square is the terminals that you use to pay at all the different places, and Cash App are doing a deal together. And to market that, right? Instead of giving $1 million to some marketing team to put out some ads, I guess they're just giving away the $1 million worth of Bitcoin, because like the buzz, right? It's like, it's just a marketing campaign. So what they're getting back for it is everybody that's downloading Cash App and going to run to a Square terminal to make a transaction, right, to get in on the thing. And what it's costing them is the $1 million that they would have probably sent to some marketing firm to put a 30-second ad together that nobody was going to watch. You know what I mean? That's what it feels like to me anyways. It's just smart marketing, I think, on their point. They're using the nostalgia of the Bitcoin faucets to drum up. And not for nothing, middle of the bear market, how effective is a commercial right now, bro? Like, you're gonna go spend a couple $1 million on a commercial ad or a social media marketing campaign? Like, nobody cares right now. But free money, that'll get people's attention, you know? I'll be honest with you, it's kind of rare to see such decent marketing being done for crypto. One of the problems that crypto projects have the most is their marketing teams absolutely suck. Like, horrible. But not bad. And I mean, Jack Dorsey, he's no, you know, on Twitter, so he's no stranger to creating buzz.
Wait, what was the date for that? The 6th to when?
I think it's now till, I gotta find it. If you go on Cash App, just go on Cash App Twitter, and it'll, the 6th to the 10th, yeah. What I like about it is that it's minimum risk for people that, because they're not asking you to sign. All you have to do is go and buy some Bitcoin. Right? The only thing you would have to do is if you didn't have Cash App, you'd have to download Cash App. So they're telling you to go buy Bitcoin and then go to a local store that uses Square and buy something from them, and you get $25. Right? Buy $10, you get $5 free. You go then take those $5 free they gave you, or you take the $10 you bought that you didn't want to buy, that you just bought to get the 5, and go get some coffee and a sandwich at, you know, a local spot. And then they send you the 25. The only risk is if they don't, and then you just spent $10 and bought some shit, I guess. That would be the only way that you can get screwed here. But I haven't tried it yet. I'll do it. I'm going to go through the paces, and I'll let you guys know when I did it and when I received everything, if you just want to wait for confirmation, so you don't have to take any risks. I'm waiting for my phone to charge right now. It's dead.
Yeah, I just downloaded Cash App, about to get the 10 and see what's going on.
One thing I will tell you, and I'll keep it short because I don't have a Cash App sponsorship, but Cash App, if you're listening, because I do use you guys to DCA Bitcoin. But if you just buy the Bitcoin, there's gonna be a fee for the big, right? Just like everywhere else, right? It's actually pretty competitive, and the slippage on Cash App is pretty good as well. But if you just buy it, there's a fee. If you set up a reoccurring buy, like if you go and you set up a reoccurring buy for $10 every week, right? And make it right now so that your first order goes in, there's no fee for reoccurring buys. So it'll just be $10 in. And then you can cancel the reoccurring buy if you don't want it. You know what I mean? Just a way to not have to pay the fee. That's all. But I told
Ooh, that's a
y'all,
good little trick.
yeah, I told
Thank you.
y'all, I put my mother on, I put my mother on reoccurring buys without even telling her, bro. She had asked me to help her sort of organize some of her finances because her shit was all over the place. But when I saw the amount of money that she was spending on Amazon, holy shit. Like, she's one of those. Like, she's got one, like, you know, I know some of your moms and some of your girls out there are going to be triggered by this, or some of you guys too, because I had it for a while, but that Amazon addiction, bro, where there's always like a package at your door. You get used to coming home to a package, you know? But when I saw that, I automatically put her on automatic buys. She's like, no, just every once in a while, if there's any money left, you know, from the check and the things coming up, I'll just buy something, da da da. I'm like, I bet, say less. I grabbed her shit and I put her on $100 per week reoccurring buy to soak up all those extra funds so she doesn't have it to spend on freaking Amazon. And then I didn't tell her shit. I didn't tell her to the top of the bull market. Again, this is my mom. I have a special relationship with her. Don't try this if, you know, don't get slapped by your parents. I'm just saying, this is what I did. And then at the end of the bull market, I cashed her out, you know? And I was like, yeah. And then she, so now she's like, okay, so when do we start again? So now she's like waiting to be able to get back on her reoccurring buys. So she's like, she's in on it now, you know? But it is a good way to accumulate Bitcoin with low fees automatically. I also have it to where any money that comes in the Cash App gets automatically turned into Bitcoin. So when you guys pay for your Discord fee, if you pay for it through the Cash App, the way I have Cash App set up, it automatically converts. Which is also a way that you can set shit up to get paid in Bitcoin if your employer doesn't want you, you know, won't pay you in Bitcoin and you feel like that's a good idea for whatever reason. Then you can set it up to where you get paid in Bitcoin on your end, right, as the money comes in. Cash App, if you're listening, I'm gonna send you an invoice for the last 10 minutes of the stream. All right, my food's almost here. Oh, the amount of money that Labubu owes me, the amount of free promotions I've given them.
Yo, you there?
Yeah.
I bought that $10 in Bitcoin. It gave me the 5.
Oh, nice.
Is that a one-time deal?
Yeah. Yeah. You trying to run it back? I feel you. I think so. From what it said, it didn't show that you could do it over and over.
Okay, so the next thing is I got to spend $1 to get the 25.
Yeah, so you got to go to the map, and it'll show you in your area um, who uses Square, and you just got to go spend some Bitcoin with them.
So I have to go to their location physically,
Yeah, I believe so.
and then what I do, I got to use my card or Cash App.
No, you just use your Cash App and spend the Bitcoin. What they're trying to do is that they're trying to show people how easy it is, right? So if they force you to do it, then you're like, oh, I've already done it once. Now, listen, I'm gonna tell you, do it to get the free. I'm not encouraging anybody to go out and spend your Bitcoin on freaking lattes and McDonald's. Okay, like, y'all, you can use money for that. You use cash for that. Don't, but get the free Bitcoin. You know.
Okay, yeah, I see a couple locations. I'll go there and buy something for $1, I guess. I saw something for 50, some type of transfer to some type of bit key or something.
Yeah, if you just bought it straight up, there's just a transaction fee probably for buying it.
No, there's a thing if you transfer your Bitcoin, something called bit key.
Oh yeah. There's another thing that if you buy a bit key, I didn't dig into that part of it though. But there's 3 things you could do to get some little chunk of Toshis.
I don't even know what a bit key is. Guess I gotta find out. Do you know?
I haven't looked into it. There's a product that they're offering, but I'm not sure what it is. It's probably some sort of security thing for your Bitcoin. I'm really not sure though. Don't quote me on that. Now, another thing I'll say is, I know it doesn't feel like a lot of Satoshis, but those 5 Bitcoin from the original wallets were also nothing, right? It was like $1 worth of Bitcoin. So you're receiving 5x what people received during the original. Now, if you hold it, as long as then in the future, whenever we talk about this and we're like, look, they gave away so and so, they'll be like, what? They gave away that much? People will be shocked, but it's not really worth. You have to hold it. Silver's bugging. Nice little stopping volume candle. The silver gold chart looked like it wanted to break out. So gold could be, silver could be absorbing some of that gold money right now. All right, my food's here, family. I'm gonna go eat. Let me set an alarm right here just in case we break that. I'm not paying attention. Yeah, that shit is just blatant. Like, they're not even trying to hide the shit no more. All right, good people. Make good decisions. I'll be back soon.
Hey, Dbloc. Dbloc, you there?
He rarely comes when summoned.
I know. Well, I just read his post in general, and I've been part of the community for well over 6 years now, going on 8. It's expected, by the way. I feel like I should have the family role, maybe.
I
Really?
posted the link in there.
Posted
Yeah.
a link where? What do you mean?
Family role is, and it's for everybody. There's nobody excluded. It's a $50 one-time fee. But I mean, think of it as supporting Dbloc because, you know, you've been around a while, so you know, like, he deserves it, how hard he works.
Right.
It's basically
Well, if he wants to kick me out of the server, I guess it's been nice knowing y'all. But I don't personally have $50 to spare right now.
oh yeah.
Everything I have is literally in USDT.
Well, you can pay with USDT. Or is that not where you're
Yeah, it's sitting there for a reason, though.
Well, I mean, that just means, I mean, you're already in, so that just means, like, maybe by the time he changes things and does, like, require everybody to have the family role.
Also, I'm a little curious why my name is stuck at Poodle Doodle and it's clearly not Poodle Doodle.
Poodle Doodle.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's a you thing.
Yeah, I know. It won't let me change my name.
Yeah, I have no idea.
Uh,
But what I was saying is, like, the only thing that you really, like, can't do is, like, do the school, but you have access to, you know, other things, so. And then when you can support him, cool.
so you're telling me I can't come in voice chat and talk to Dbloc anymore? That's what you're trying to tell me?
I don't think I said that.
Oh, okay. So I'll still have access to voice chat?
Yeah.
I don't
I
need
mean,
his
it might
school.
change in the future, but by then you'll
Yeah.
probably be doing better.
No, I don't
Wow.
need his school. I'm not. Yeah, that's not why I'm
Yeah,
here. I'm here.
so everything's good for now, and then when you're doing better,
Okay.
you know.
I was unaware of what exactly it meant when that role disappears.
Oh, right on.
What exactly does it mean
Aeon
for?
or AI on. I'm pretty sure that the green names are getting purged. Like everyone, the green names getting kicked. It's not gonna. They're not gonna stay.
Oh, yeah, but I mean, that isn't like now. That's why I was saying maybe, you know, when, you know, when it happens, he'll be doing better.
I might just message Dbloc myself, and he's known me for. Actually, yeah, he's known me for what 6 years. I doubt he'll want to kick me.
Well, I mean, that's an option.
It is an option, but I don't see why he would.
Oh, good.
I'm basically an OG.
You in any trades right now?
Am I in any trades right now? No.
No.
No, not at the moment. I haven't been trading today at all, actually.
What was your last trade?
My last trade was shorting Bitcoin
When was that?
this morning,
This morning.
but
I'm
I'm out of that
shorting.
trade now. I was before it was like 4 in the morning. I was shorted it for like 2 minutes. It just freaking kept going up.
Oh yeah. I took my stop. I went to bed without a stop loss. I don't usually do that, but there was no way to stay in the trade.
Now that I gave up on trying to short it, now it wants to come down.
That's why I didn't. Yeah, I broke my stop loss rule, but I mean, I didn't. I took a couple swings at it and it didn't move. It went up, then went down, and went up, and went down. So I was just like, you know what? I'm going to keep losing money if I keep swinging at this unless I don't have a stop loss. And so, but, my liquidation is Bitcoin is 77, which is kind of close, but I don't really have that much in that account. So it won't be like a terrible loss. But I thought the opportunity was worth it for how much could be made. And then ETH's liquidation, I have more in there, but that's 3,600 liquidation.
Mm-hmm.
Still can't put a stop loss because I'll get stopped out because my entry is like right at the 50. Relatively, I mean, scientifically tried to, mapped it out, but because I'm kind of looking away from it most of the time, but it's right about there when I look at Dbloc's chart. So I'm just a little nervous though. Because right now I'm in profit. Not very much. But the potential of this move's great, but there's also potential of up. Pretty big move up. So let's see. All right, I'm gonna get back to work. Nice talking to you.
Oh yeah, for sure. Take care.
So you know I can hear you breathing.
Yeah, I got you. I'll fix that.
Your sound stuff's on. All right, cool. At least we're out of strong W territory on the, is that the 15-minute? Yeah. Take what I can get.
going on? I need that CME gap loop.
Wait, do you like? Are you talking?
So is Trump going to blow it up tomorrow?
At 8 p.m.
8 p.m. Eastern. What are the odds he actually blows up their energy infrastructure? I think it's like close to zero, if I were to say.
What's good, Joe?
Dbloc.
It's gonna be something else. Never really heard anybody else publicly premeditate war crimes before. It's interesting. Like blowing up civilian bridges and power structures. Like this is there's laws against this type of stuff usually.
There's no laws that apply to me.
These are the type of things that we do, and then we're like, oh, missile guidance is so off sometimes. You do it, but you don't like say you're doing it.
Yeah, you just be like, oh, there's a few terrorists in a hut. I tried to hit them, but the
So
heat
it's
seeking
kind of wild, yeah.
seeks the hospital with all the kids in it.
I think there's a lot of baiting going on. There's been a lot of baiting going on. I think what's frustrating Trump more than anything is that Iran won't take the aggressive side. In other words, won't attack civilian infrastructure and they're trying to get them to take out the desalination plants, and they're trying to get them to take out the power plants in UAE. That's why we keep attacking their shit.
Oh, okay, I see. They're trying to bait them so they can hit.
Yeah, it's one of those unfortunately, it's not a very popular war right now, and times like that, you tend to try to do something to bring everybody on the same. If Iran was to take out UAE's desalination plants, that country would be dry in 2 weeks. Completely dry, bone dry. That's the type of thing that sort of rallies the world against,
Yeah. What do you think it would have been if we had Kamala? Do you think Iran were either way?
Who
just
knows, bro?
approached differently?
We're so far away from that. I have no idea, bro.
She probably just wouldn't have said. Did you see that True Social post that Trump made on Easter? He was like, he said, "Open up the effing strait," and then he closed it with "Praise be to Allah."
So many things have happened between now and then. Who knows?
Yeah, it's not looking good for Republicans though.
Well, that's why I think
midterms
we're
and
gonna
then
leave.
28.
We'll be out of the war by then. We'll be out of the war
I-
soon, very soon. We'll declare victory and we'll be gone.
You think so?
Oh yeah, 100%, 100,000%.
What, you just think just because of midterms and stuff?
Of course, you're not gonna go into war. You're not going into your midterms in an unfavorable war that's affecting the stock market and people's 401ks right as right as real estate market's crashing.
Yeah,
Americans are kind of
I
easy, and this doesn't count for people who think, right? But for the drones out there, if the 401k looks good and the house is worth more this year than it was last year, you vote to keep the guy that's in office. If you're worse this year than you were last year, something's got to change. That's typically what it boils down to for most people,
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I'm just I've been listening to some podcasts about some people analyzing the war and the reasons why we're at war compared to the reasons that we're saying we're at war. And I'm my brain is tied between hearing, what I think are two really good points that are kind of opposite sides. So I'm like, oh my gosh, my brain, I just don't even want to think about this anymore.
In my opinion, it's pretty easy. The BRICS nations are making a run on the petrodollar, and we're going to war to defend it. All the other shit is all just sprinkled on top to make it make sense to whatever group you're trying to convince. But this is an attack on the dollar. I mean, ignore everything that everybody's doing. I mean, everybody's saying, and just look at what they're doing. Right? The shutdown of the strait, quote unquote shutdown that we're saying is shut down. Nobody's getting through, blah, blah, blah. But you go over there and you see, oh no, it's very active. Right? There's definitely tankers getting through. The problem is they're not buying their oil with US dollars, which is why they're being allowed to pass. And they're paying $2 million bounty or $2 million toll or tariff, what we would call, to get through the strait, but they have to pay it in Chinese yuan. So
Really?
this is an attack on the US petrodollar. Right? This is
I did not know about that.
Yeah, this is a rush to try to speed up that 500-year cycle that we were talking about in class.
What is this, like a civilization cycle, or?
It's just the world reserve currency. You know, we're not going to be at the top forever. Eventually, there will be another. And one of the biggest strengths the U.S. dollar has is that it's the petrodollar, right? The petrodollar is what keeps it. People have to buy their shit in oil and in U.S. dollars and settled in U.S. dollars. Any other time, if you don't think that that's the reason, then go back in history and look at every other time that somebody has threatened to take oil off of the US dollar and see what our reaction was. And explain to me how it's any different than what we've done now. And people always say, I think, when people say, oh, we're there for the oil, right? That's like a really simplistic way to look at it. In a way, yes, you're right. But it's not like we're over there to take a bunch, no, we're over there to protect the strength of the dollar, to make sure that anybody that even considers trading in oil and anything besides the dollar reconsiders quickly.
So where are you reading or watching this? I want to follow up. Like
just
Chinese.
everything, bro. You
I
can't
was
even
under the impression that this thing was like closed down and.
No, if you go, you gotta just go out, get out of sources. The best piece of journalism that I saw was from a dude on a ferry in the Strait of Hormuz that was taking the ferry from one side to the other, recording, and literally all you see is just tankers, bro. And not like flat tankers. I mean, like tankers lined up to go through the strait. Like waiting to come in and go through the strait. And they're admitting it. They said it. They're like, the U.S. is trying to sell this idea that it's shut down. Nobody's oil's getting through. They're going to dry out the economy. They're going to kill everybody through the economy. So that the world stands up and says, no, that has to be stopped. They're, on the other hand, saying, no, the strait is closed to the United States and their allies. And even their allies, if they decide to come and pay with Chinese yuan to get their oil and pay the bounty, they can pass through safe and sound. So it's a big sort of difference between the two. And of course, there's a spin on both sides, right? There's always going to be spin. Like, obviously, on their side, they are mining the strait, and they will sink your shit if you don't, So it's not like, oh, everything's great. It's just it's just a currency dispute. Like, no, you guys are actively trying to sink, tankers in the strait. And then on our side, that whole idea of, oh, it's completely shut down. And then when Trump came out and said, Europe, any countries that has tankers out there that need their oil, you need to send your Navy here immediately, and we're gonna escort these ships through the strait. And then nobody showed up the next day. And then he got back online and said, whenever I ask for help, just know that it's a test. The test that you failed. I was like, oh shit. So, one, we don't need the oil. We went to Venezuela before Iran.
Yep.
We loaded up on oil before we did anything that was going to cause them to shut the strait, which is exactly why I think that the plan has always been to leave if it got out of control. I don't think they thought it would get this bad. I think that we thought we would go in there like we went into Venezuela, take dude out, and then be home, you know, with a couple million barrels of oil as a thank you for liberating them. Or that's the story they told us in Venezuela. But no, they killed the guy, and people were still mad, and they killed the next guy, and the next guy, and they killed half of Congress and half of the Senate, and
Venezuela.
they're still, So I think that the best case for us, the very best case for us, in my opinion, even though I think it's messed up to have to make this decision because we shouldn't have to be here, but the best case for us is to go home. And I think Trump knows that. I think it's easier to claim victory and spend the next 3 years of your presidency defending that claim than to take an obvious L going into midterms.
I hate how politics is like that, though. Like,
It's ridiculous, bro. It's like the dumbest shit ever, bro.
Votes.
Yeah, it's like, honestly, there's got to be a better way to do this, but it is what it is. Still the best country in the world, but it doesn't mean I have to bootlick and agree with everything.
Yeah. I've heard, obviously you hear like the oil claim or the weapons of mass destruction claim. I've also been hearing a Israeli influence claim. What do you think about that?
I don't, who do we, so, all right, so this is my question. So who do we believe?
Dude, I don't know.
No. I don't even mean different people. I mean, what Trump do we believe? Or what U.S. government do we believe? The one that jumped up and down 6 months ago when we destroyed their nuclear capabilities and the region is safe. They can no longer produce anything. We've absolutely decimated, dropped the mother of all bombs. We did all types of TikTok dances all over that mountain.
Yep.
But now, all right, so it is still an issue then. So we believe you now and then ignore you before. Because nobody's trying to nobody's tying the two. It's so easy for somebody to come up and be like, look guys, we thought we had everything, but then we found out the A, B, and C, and warehouse A or C or dot. Just make some shit up, bro. Just don't treat me like I'm an idiot. Make some shit up. At least. Whatever. That's why I stay in my office, bro. That's why I stay in my. Listen, the sphere of control and the sphere of influence, right? We talk about that shit all the time. If it's not within your sphere of control and it's not within your sphere of influence, then it's best to just focus on the things within those spheres and handle that shit first before you drive yourself crazy. All I want to know is, and the only way I think about it, aside from the fact that obviously people's lives are in the way, but the way I think of it is, where do I stand to make the most out of this shit? Make the most out of a bad situation.
Right. How's the school been going, the Cypher school?
It's good, man. People like it. People are having fun. I'm having a good time with it too. There's been a lot of like aha moment DMs. Like those are the best when it just starts to click. We haven't even gotten into the charts though, bro. I took it all the way back to the world reserve currency cycle. Then we went to a commodity cycle with the gold and silver. And everything, what's been so cool about doing it is that everything is so timely, bro. Like we're right at the moment where every gear slowly starts to turn. Like where the big gear starts to affect that commodity cycle and gold and silver went crazy. And then that's starting to affect housing as sort of like people start. Because you know what it is like in the beginning, first couple 100 years, like everybody has a lot of faith in the world reserve currency. People are investing in the country. Everybody's getting rich. But old money's timeline is so different than just us. Like we think maybe us, our parents' generation, maybe you think about your grandpa's generation sometimes, But these people live through cycles, bro. Some of these families are ancient. This isn't the first country that they've seen come and go as a family. You know what I mean? So when they start seeing those signs, then they start pulling out that wealth and going into gold and silver, and then that shit starts to, like, you know. And then when it gets worse, they start selling their properties in that country, and that starts bringing down housing, and, you know. And it doesn't happen all at once, right? It happens in cycles, like about every 20 years they start to get spooked. And then eventually shit hits the fan and something new pops up. Problem is we've never had a world reserve currency change without a world war. Spooky about that is that we're only 2 or 3 countries short of technically being able to call this a world war. Russia and China get involved, it's a world war.
Oh my gosh, please no, I don't want to go to war.
Yeah, it's true. It's because at that point, so technically it's got to be a multi campaign. So different countries, 2 different countries, and then all hemispheres represented, major powers all in. You know, Europe is already starting to step over that line a little bit because of the strait.
Yep.
So all that you would need now is for China and Russia to
Do a little more than they're already doing now.
Yeah, which is probably providing intelligence. I'm sure they're providing satellite coverage. You know, they're doing everything they can besides. Yeah.
Man. That's why Elon's trying to go to Mars so bad. He's just really trying to just.
He's done, bro. He's out of here. He's like, yo, you guys are eventually gonna affect me getting to my bag. Like, I gotta get away from these humans.
We're about to IPO. We're about to IPO at 2 trillion, and then it's gonna be a few more years, and I'm gonna be living on Mars. And he's gonna have his own currency, Mars coin.
Yeah.
I'm on board. Just don't make me like have like a fixed like income and like have a robot doing my work. That's just weird. I don't want to do none of that.
What did what do, Sonny? We're just talking about shit way out of our control and pay grade. That's all.
What are your chances of standing at Dbloc? Is he gonna blow that crap up tomorrow?
I don't know, bro. I think it's carrot in the stick the way it always is. The problem is that I don't know if you can play that game with Iran.
I hope we don't.
But I mean, typically the way it works is the big threat, the deadline, and then the negotiation.
Yeah.
Right? But I don't know if that's gonna move Iran, because the problem is that it's just deep, bro. Each side, if you really want to understand this, you've got to dig into the brain of each side. And the problem with the Iranian side is that this shit feeds right into prophecy.
What, in terms of like the Quran?
Well, their prophecy is a little bit different than Islam. They have a very specific prophecy about the third Imam.
What, the IRGC?
But one of the main things, one of their main beliefs when it comes to that specific thing is that that final war is one of good versus evil. And the evil side loses for sure. Like that's the one thing that everybody agrees on. And I think that has a lot to do with why they are not crossing certain lines or trying not to cross certain lines when it comes to civilians. Because they could, I mean, if you guys understand how Iran is built, like it's literally a mountain range that looks over a flat desert that happens to be Dubai and AUE and Bahrain, and they could literally just rain hell down for years from those mountaintops. But as of right now, it's really just been military targets. Yep, that sounds about right, Hoover. Try the carrot and the stick 'em, and the carrot's not really working. So now you need some time to sweeten the carrot. That President Trump might delay his Tuesday 8 p.m. deadline on Iran if he sees a deal coming together.
I don't think you like seeing oil get that high.
Nobody
Always
does.
says,
This is not.
once oil
This is
gets that high.
horrible, horrible for the economy, bro. And the manipulation that's about to occur to bring this shit down to 75 is gonna be legendary.
I ended the war. I did it so greatly, and gas prices, they're way down.
It really just comes down to negotiation style, right? Like it's a valid style. His carrot and the stick style. If you read, like I've said 2 years ago, I told everybody once he won, I was like, you have to read The Art of the Deal. Every single one of these where people are like, oh, taco trade, Trump always chickens out, you know, like doing the opposite of what he, like people don't understand, like that's part of the negotiation. Not that he chickened out. He never planned on doing it. He never planned on hitting him with the 80% tariff anyways.
Yep.
Like it's just meant to scare you into dealing. The problem is that only works on certain types of people. Somebody calls your bluff, then what I'm worried is that you do end up doing the thing you said you were going to do, even though you didn't want to, but just because you have to now because they called your bluff. Right? Like that's the scary part. Like God forbid he comes out and says something like, you know, oh well, you know, we'll drop the big one on them if they don't da da da, and then they call his bluff on it. And then now it's like, well, you don't really want to do it, but you know, now they're making you look crazy.
Playing chess with.
What do you mean? How do you chart ahead, Duff?
He's asking, how do you tell the future?
I mean, you can do some forecasting. It just depends. Like spider lines and stuff like that, or give you some idea, right? Or future trends, but you can't look too far into the future. You have to look into the past to look into the future. Is the accurate answer to that.
So it's sitting at about a 50% chance there's a ceasefire on May 31st.
Duff, we were at 115K when I said that we would go down to 42 and it wouldn't happen till October, but I don't try to look into the future. Like, what are you talking about? Just say what you mean to say instead of like being cute, because you always get yourself into trouble when you try to be like, just say what you're thinking. How far ahead would you like me to look? I've been looking ahead in oil. You're going to get manipulated back to 70K. Be careful. You're above 100. I've been telling you that. Any long in oil should have the tightest of all stops right now. You shouldn't get out till the momentum is done. But you have to look back into the past to realize that oil cannot live above 100 for an extended period of time. And if you really want to do some TA on it, what you could do is come to the weekly. So this box right here is basically our price action above 100. Right? The highest we got was in 08. But screw the percentage up. If you want to get a bit of an idea of how long it takes them to start manipulating, then what you can do is you can see how long between break of 100 and breakdown of 100. Right? And then you can pull your averages. Oh, I already did that here. Look at me. So 196 days. That's a very long time to be over 100. 56 days. 70 days. 98. This was choppy, but we'll take the whole thing, I guess. 140. The average so far is about 2 or 3 months. About 50 days, but then it popped back up. 189. And so far we've been there. What's that wick? For 28 days. So you can read into that, right? If history repeats, you won't be here for more than 2 months. But the difference is the stuff in the straight is like super active right now. I'll give you an example. If Trump pops up and says straits open, and Iran comes in and says, yeah, no more toll, everybody's good, that shit's not gonna last above 100 for a day. Might not even be an hour. Right? If the war continues, then you stand a chance to be able to sit up here a little bit longer, but it's just a really sketchy trade to be in. Because like overnight news can change the trajectory. We've now passed the point where we can put in another high and have it be considered a false move. Right? Any high from this point forward invalidates the 3-day down. But you have to get above 703 for that. I think this is where we roll though. Did that answer your question, Duff? I mean, yeah, it would have to. It would have to be bad. Like, it would have to be bad to the point where not even the friendly tankers are getting through anymore. Right? Where they say, you can't even pay to get through now. Like, it would have to get to, like, that level bad. Yeah, that's what I'm interested in, too, because we've had diminished returns on those moves up above 100. Right? That's the top of our range. Which means that they've been quicker and quicker to manipulate, right, or to drop. Another thing too, if you want to look at, this is important. I guess I haven't done this, but I wonder if they still have the recession indicator. So these have been like our US recessions. Right? Last time oil popped, and we weren't even, we were at like 37. Right? But this is a sign. These big pops on oil are signs of incoming recessions. And then people say, well, yeah, but it's the war. And then I'm like, yeah, but aren't wars the same thing? If you really study economics, wars are signs of incoming recessions as well. Countries print and print and print and print until they can no longer print. And the only thing that gets the money printer going when it can no longer go is war. Oil pops, recession starts. Right? Every major pop for the most part has led to US recessions. There was one in the 90s, yeah. Or no, 2022, yeah. But this was coming off of COVID. And this was our COVID relief or whatever. This was our smallest recession ever. So, not to future trip too hard, but if we were to leave this indicator on, I would say in the next couple of months that we start to see that green box appear. That lets us know what we already, or what we should already know. Right. By the time recessions are announced, you've already gone through a major part of it. Well, if the velocity of money stays the way that it has been during this last bull market, it would be 90 days. Right. And in the course we teach that the historical average is 60 days. Right. That's how long it takes from money that gets printed in the central bank to make it to your bank, right? To make it to where you're available to spend. So that's how long it takes to see the effect in the market. With quantitative tightening, the velocity of money slowed down by like a month. So during this last cycle, we were at a 90-day offset on M2. And we did a very good job of taking advantage of the warning. Right? While everybody else is panicking day-to-day shit, we're looking into the future and seeing that wave of liquidity coming in. Right? Just understanding that one simple fact, I think, has a lot to do with not panicking, or at least having the patience for your setups. But if it's not direct stimulus, then it takes longer, right? If it's money that's earmarked for defense or something, and all of that is stimulus, don't get it twisted. Because all that money goes into people's hands who spend it in the economy, who, so it all reaches eventually. But the more hands that it has to go through, right, the slower. What we need to do is start paying attention 2 to 3 months before October. Right? Because if by timing, October is supposed to be the bottom of the market, right, October 5th to October 6th, and we want there to be money available at that time to hit our bottom, then we have to start looking for signs of stimulus 2 to 3 months before. Right? If the Fed starts talking about cutting and all of this, and it's, the timing lines up, then we're going to start to have confluence ahead of time. Mm-mm. Dead cat mouse. Dead cat bounce, you mean? Yeah, we'll see if we can take out these lows. But on lower time frames, we're rejecting off the 50 on the 5, I believe. Yeah. Ghost, you on for a minute? Need to find out what time. Need to find out what time most mods are on at the same time. We need to have like a mod call.
Usually it's evening. Say.
Yeah, right. That's what I thought.
Maybe not this late, but pretty sure around 7, 8. But I am time blind, so. But I'm certain it's evening.
It's not serious, but it would be nice to probably have something scheduled.
Yeah, get us all on the same page. I'm glad you said there's nothing serious.
No, yeah. I don't want it to be one of the. Yeah, I hate that shit. Those like we gotta talk, and then it's like 4 hours, and you're just sitting there like, oh shit, what the hell? Nah, it's not serious.
So my mind started out like, oh, I'm sure it's nothing, and then just those little bits of dots started to pop in the background. And when you said something, I could just see the whole future of my night would have been if you wouldn't have said that.
Nah, everybody's doing a bang up job, yo. 100%. There's a couple of things I want us to be aware of. And then there's something specific I wanted to talk to Ghost about, but I don't think he's on. He's in trouble. Everybody else is good. Nah, I'm just talking shit.
Figured. That's kind of what we do.
No. Somebody reached out for me for help for something that's going on, but they're from where he's from.
That makes sense.
And yeah. I don't want to say too much because you scare away the sneaky little squirrels and you can't squash them. I have a horrible allergy.
I have absolutely no idea.
Just to be fair, I've never squashed a squirrel. But. Not even. There's no squirrels in Brooklyn. Maybe now. I think the hipsters might have brought some squirrels with them. Yeah, to be fair, squirrels don't really stand a chance against New York City rats.
Are there squirrels in New York?
There's squirrels in like Central Park, but you don't really see them outside of the park. But the park is like massive, so you can live your whole life in Central Park and be chill.
The thing that stood out to me about New York that you don't see on TV, the traffic wasn't as bad as I was expecting, but the garbage smell.
Yeah.
I wasn't expecting that. I got
Yeah.
used to it. I mean, I understand why it happens, but I was unprepared.
And that's New York. God forbid you got to cross the bridge and go to Jersey. Ugh. Respectfully. It's bad though. Jersey's got like that weird toxic dump smell. And I spend a good amount of time in Jersey. I'm not trying to talk shit about Jersey, but I mean, you know, that's what
It's
it
just one of
is.
those it is what it is thing.
Yeah, like, yeah. You might be upset that I said it, but you cannot call me a liar. And it's not the whole city. I mean, it's not the whole state, obviously. It's just right outside the city.
Probably around like restaurants and stuff. Well, that would be like regular garbage, not the toxic.
You would have shot that rat too, Neve. That was community service, bro. Something that big, that was eventually going to become a problem. Somebody's child was going to go missing. It was going to... That rat needed to go. The funniest thing about that whole story to me is that I was with my boy Nick, and that was his second day in New York City. From down south, never been in New York. The second day he gets to see a New York City cop shoot at a dog-sized rat in the subway. That's the one thing about New York. Whenever you take somebody that's never been, it never disappoints. Like, you are going to see something that's going to make that person go, what the hell? That rat had no natural predators in that subway, bro. Yeah, definitely Apex. Nah, I definitely had a good life too. And he went out like a legend. Like all the other rats probably still speak his name in hushed tones. Exactly. Damn, it seems like most mods are in here now. How do I do this without ending the stream now?
We would have to go to a different room that other people can go to, and then it wouldn't be. Well, I don't. Then you'd have to make sure it wasn't still being broadcast to your original Discord.
Nah, I'll
I mean, if this Discord, your Discord account right now is in another room, you can't hear you in a different room.
Yeah,
So
yeah. I'm gonna. What I'll do is I'll just come in on my other account, and then
there is a mod chat, like a voice one.
yeah, we'll jump in that. It'll be quick. It's not gonna take long. Let me see. Let me make sure everything's set up correctly for that. All right, let me grab my phone and then I'll jump in there real quick. So if you're a mod, just jump in Discord real quick and go to mod chat. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. All right. Eesh. Whole day of putting out fires.
Hey Dbloc, how you going, mate?
What's going on, Flyer?
Just working on the project.
How's
I
the
heard a lot of
youngin'
good
going?
feedback.
Growing up quick?
Yeah, she's still in alpha, but people are asking for more. And everyone that started using it's not going back to any other way, so it's a good sign.
Cool, bro.
Good. Yeah, pretty exciting, but yeah, it's still alpha. I'm just consolidating and then trying to extract some usable demos for non-developer types. I heard that your course is going really well. I haven't attended, but a few people did, and yeah, mentioned that it's been pretty exciting.
That's good, man. I like to hear that. I'm glad people are enjoying it. It's very hard to make macroeconomics
Fun.
palatable. You know, like forget fun, just tolerable is I'd be happy with. But if people are enjoying it, then that's cool.
So that's why they make it 2 minutes between the sport and the weather, right?
Yeah. Yep.
Oh, if it's any consolation, it's more tolerable than software development kits.
That's at least a bar that I'm above. That's good. It's a low bar, but I'll take it. Yeah, I know, Mazi. I know. That's what I told you. If I would have got into Counter-Strike, I would have lost myself in that market.
I got too addicted to the first GTA and Civilization. If I had continued, it would have got really bad.
This has been some insufferable price action, though. Like, you really have to have a love for the game. Yep, and just enough hope floating on either side, whether you're long or short. Right? Just enough hope to keep you stuck. Yep. I remember crypto winter was bad. And people think when you say crypto winter that you're talking about the bear market. It's like, no, there's talking about the bear market within the bear market. I'll give it about 2 months before people stop popping in. You losers are still sitting here looking at crypto. Ah, look at these guys. And that's when I started to release the Kraken. Start backing the truck up.
Sounds like such a good opportunity to me.
Yeah, I know what you mean, WeTube. I kind of like the idea of being able to take a long, like, I think it's the best time to teach TA is during these times. Because nobody has that fantasy of if I sell this too early, it's just gonna, 10x on me like that. People are a lot more comfortable with taking profit on pumps during the bear market. You don't have to fight the FOMO as much. But even then, you'd be surprised, bro. FOMO's strong. It's the same during the bull, right? During the bear market, you know that if you sell, eventually price will come down below where you bought. Right? In the bull market, you know that excuse me. In the bull market, you know that if price dips, then it'll take out where it came from. It's like the opposite and shit. So you're more comfortable just blindly buying dips during the bull market and blindly selling rips during the bear market just because probability is on your side. Unless you live in New Zealand. Or where is it that it's dark all the time?
Yeah, New Zealand is dark all the time, Dbloc.
It's like months of no. I mean, like, you know what I mean. Where
You're
there's
talking
like
about like the North Pole or the Antarctic.
it's one of the poles. It's one of the
Yeah.
It's somewhere cold.
New Zealand's about that far away.
I'm trying to think of the most populated place that has to deal with that. It's like 6 months of sun, 6 months of it's like
Is
6
it
months of
Alaska or
sun, 6 months of
Siberia or
night.
something?
I gotta ask
Siberia?
Kelly. Yeah, I know Alaska deals with some of that too. I gotta ask Kelly when I see her run. She's up there. That's how I feel about Telegram, bro. Like, who built this? I hear you, bro. You know what the main problem I think with Discord is? That it was designed to be an alternative chat for gamers. So they never really worried too much about like the user experience, right? In the beginning, it was just something that ran in the background while you were staring at your game. So they need to revamp their whole shit. Like they need to make it fully customizable, bro. Where like your Discord could look completely different than somebody else's Discord. You know what I mean? Then eventually it just becomes like a small web, like its own net. I just don't think that was the focus.
Don't give away all the secrets, Dbloc. I might not be working on
Yeah,
that.
I give away a lot of sauce, bro. I have a problem with that.
But yeah, I think so. I mean, that's something I'm looking at is a better chat. Like you know, when you go to Chat GPT or Gemini, you can talk to the bot. But it'd be nice if you could talk to your friends, and your Gemini could talk to your friend's Gemini.
Yes.
So that's kind of the basis of how this will work. But anywho, yeah, I think there'll be a lot of. There's no excuse for these big companies or software packages not to run some decent updates. But Discord's, I guess it's just got a niche. They don't have any demand to like force to change it just yet. Until they probably have an upgrade path once a competitor moves. They just don't. They're not forced to.
Exactly, Gloomy. Back to MySpace, bro. Let me put some.
Don't
Let me
oh,
put
God.
some glitter
I was gonna
script on
repeat
my.
myself.
Let me drop some glitter script on my Discord if I need like that. It should be my choice, right? It should be atrocious if I want it to be. If you come in here, it'd just be just ridiculous. But I think that people would enjoy that more. Right? It end up being like your own little site. And I mean now, right? Like shit with built-in AI, you can just talk your way into that. You don't even need to know how to speak it into existence.
You pretty much could just tell it to do it until it does it. Got to get all the streaming working well though. There won't only be chatbots very shortly. It's going to be like Star Trek, and then you have dashboards or video. Like all you're going to want to see is a chart, a video, a picture, sound, and then you're going to want to tell it what to do. That there's no more old websites going to be needed anymore, forms and annoying things like that.
So crazy how much stuff this does away with. Yeah, we too. Yeah, and they send us all the information. I sent the transaction hash and stuff over to one of my buddies that's way better at this sleuthing shit than I am, to see if we can find anything to help him out. But unfortunately, you know, bro, these type of things, unless the person is super, super sloppy and careless. Yeah, that's true. That's another thing. They just let them bury themselves. That's true. That's a fact. No matter what the cost. I remember
Hey,
there was.
D-Block,
Yeah, what's going on?
you got a moment? Can you check your DMs?
Yeah, give me a second.
All right, I got something private I want to talk about.
All right.
Yeah, sorry for interrupting, by the way. I just kind of popped in and immediately spoke without listening.
All right, my bad. Yeah, I was thinking about doing that too, Neve, but then I thought about you guys abusing the poor bot while I was asleep, making it do stuff it doesn't want to do. I don't know if you've noticed, but I'm trying to stay on the good side of AI just in case, because I mean, low key, it looks like they're winning the future right now. So I'm like hedging my bets. I think I would be good without electricity, but it'd have to be somewhere where it gets cold. Right? Because I can build a fire, but you're not gonna sit me in the heat with no AC and no electricity, and I just can't rub two sticks together and make it cold. Right? So we got to move somewhere to the mountains or something. Yeah, mountains, nice cave, plenty of wildlife. Yo, don't like if you don't want to pay, don't pay, but don't get disrespectful, expectors. If you had been here, this wouldn't be a surprise to you. Never seen a grown man complain about $50 in my life, bro. Get your money up. Jesus Christ. I'll make it easy for you.
What's going on, fam?
Same old, same old.
That's good to hear.
Yeah,
Is the eye getting any better?
hell no. I mean, kinda. I went to the gym today.
As
So it
long as you're
wasn't
keeping it
bad.
clean.
YouTube shamed me out of going to the boxing gym though.
Boxing gym? Nah, bro. You can't get in the ring right now. I guess you could go just
You're
hit the
welcome.
bags and shit. But if you find someone, you can spread that. That can spread quite easily. Boy, did you post the faucet link anywhere?
Nah, there's no
The
link for
website?
it. You just got to go to YouTube. The link, if you want to see the site, is what btc.day. But you just have to go to Cash App, like your own
Yeah. No,
Cash
I just
App. You
want to
don't
see
gotta.
the.
Yeah,
Yeah, I just want to see the website.
it's
Just have
btc
the website.
btc.day, I believe.
Bet. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't have Cash App, so I'm waiting to get verified on that.
It's a good little app to have for emergencies.
Or do you think eventually in the future Bitcoin could be back, or mortgages could be backed by Bitcoin?
If bull market, yes. If bear market, no.
Today's one of those days where, like, I can't wait for my pillow. Straight up. If I didn't bust out at least one gray hair today, I'd be shocked. It's only a matter of time. But can it keep up with the stress of the 2026 bear market is the question. Or is it just going to slow it down? Some of the dudes that I work out with are doing very irresponsible things with these peptides, bro. I have to be honest with you. People are crazy, bro.
Their max looks in.
Bro. Listen, exfoliate. You know what I mean? Moisturize, not go crazy. But there's got to be a line, gang. There's got to be a line.
For real.
And injecting yourself with mystery Chinese liquids, like that should probably be most people's line that they're not willing to cross.
Bro, one of my cousin's friends is all into it, and apparently you can he gets this liquid saline solution and injects it like in his cheekbones to make it like
Bro, like what's
look
wrong
like
with
he was
Hell
bone
no.
smashed.
what's wrong with people, bro?
I
Grow a
don't know,
beard,
bro.
gang. Grow a beard like every other man.
Or go get in a couple fights and just
You
be a
don't
real man.
you don't like your face, bro? Grow a beard. The hell? Nah, things are going backwards, bro.
Devolve, bro.
Things are going. We're getting like idiocracy levels of what the hell is going on.
Like, why are people smashing their faces with hammers to look smacks? Let's just stop.
Bro, apparently it all started from like drag queens.
I don't know, bro, but I know that that's some funny ass shit to be doing when you're like. There was a certain time there where I didn't care, bro. You couldn't tell me. My confidence level was so crazy. Like, I can't even imagine being 17, 18, looking in the mirror like, oh, man. You know what I mean? Like, that's just not where my head was at. Like,
Oh, that's what iPad babies.
or even worse, even like this whole shit where they rate me, bro. Excuse me? rate you against what scale? Like, would I hook up with you? You're a 0. Like, how am I supposed to rate you, bro? What do you mean rate me? Like, I never thought about even talking about how another man looked was like suspect. You know what I mean?
Bro,
And
they have their
now
own
these
like
dudes are like,
scale and shit.
yeah,
It's crazy.
now these dudes are like having like be honest with me sessions where they just come in and just drag the person like, you need to put in more reps with the bone smashing on your left cheek. You look like Gargamel. Like, and then you guys are wondering why you can't get girls. It's not the looks. It's all of this shit, bro.
Just gotta relax.
Like, for
Oh, and,
to doing way too much.
and the upgraded way of bone smashing now is getting a massage gun and doing it with that.
I mean, at least that's got to be better than a freaking hammer, right?
Imagine you just see a dude hitting himself in the face with a hammer.
I mean, we used to see those guys. We called them crackheads, and we just like kept walking. We didn't follow them on YouTube and send them, send them super chats for their secrets.
It's wild. Wild. That's sickness. See, that's the stuff you gotta keep your kids away from.
I think it's like that like incel movement. Like, this was the next step for that. Like, all right, girls are unfair. They won't give us what we want. They suck. We're cool. They're not. And then how does that go to let me smash my face with a hammer so they'll like me? You know what I thought you were... It's like, all right, let's figure it out. Do we want the girls or do we not want the girls? Because that's a big jump. I think when they lost Andrew Tate, it was all downhill, bro. They were just looking for another Andrew Tate, and they ran into Clav. They ran into Clavicular. Did this dude just have a seizure in the club the other night? I just saw some shit on Instagram where he was like mid-seizure, and there's probably too many peptides.
Probably.
Nah, but yeah, that shit is ridiculous, y'all. If y'all have a kid and you notice that he's into this, you gotta pull him off the edge, because it's one thing to care about how you look, and I'm all for that, but the rabbit hole that they're taking these kids on is deep and dark, bro. And I know it's crazy because girls are sitting back and they're looking at this and they're like, yep, been there. Because some of the same shit that girls have had to deal with for the longest, right? There's been such a value put on looks that girls have gone to like extremes. And now seeing dudes do it, now everybody thinks it's weird, right? But Girls have been looks maxing for forever.
It all started with the drag queens, apparently.
Well, hopefully they don't start wearing makeup.
Oh, they're probably already wearing it. You kidding
They
me?
already do,
Yeah,
but
they're already
yeah,
wearing
for
makeup.
looks.
That was the first step, I think.
Looks maxers?
Yeah, they're already wearing concealer and all of that shit. Oh yeah. It looks
Oh, wow.
maxing, bro. You got a min max. That means you use what you gotta use.
You gotta do what you gotta do.
Yeah, bro. It's like they took the min maxing from gaming and they put it into looks. What's going on, Tool? There's nothing wrong with that. I mean, it's all about de-risking more than anything, right? And there's ways to de-risk without taking profits. And so sometimes, you know, if you start to see that sort of risk, like if you're in a short and you start to see that risk to the top side, sometimes just moving your stop down, right? Or if you're in a long, sometimes just moving your stop up pulls a little bit of risk out of the trade. But I'm all for letting things run until they've run their ground, right? You've got to give your trade room to breathe. So you got to find like that sweet spot. For me, usually it's either pulling 20% profits on pivots that look like they might be the pivot, right? Or moving my stop way up, like to the last higher low or the last lower high, and just locking those gains. So like de-risking is a better term to use than taking profits. Although taking profit is a form of de-risking, obviously. That makes sense. Like you have to let the trade breathe, but you've got to have a limit, right, to what you're not willing to pay for.
Wait, Dbloc, if let's say you start with a 1x and it goes in your favor, would it be de-risking if you up the leverage to take out? Is that kind of the same thing, or am I looking at it wrong?
Hold on a second, I take profit. Taking the peak of the top of the low, almost like 30, 50. No, I hear you. I mean, you gotta have like, what's your thesis, right? Like, if it plays out perfectly the way you want to ride this, obviously, to the lows, right? But what's your invalidation? Like, what would Bitcoin have to do for you to think that's not? Because for me, it's pretty simple. For me, we'd have to get above 70 and hold, right? But I don't know where your stops are, and I don't, you know. So it's just about having that invalidation. And then honestly, sometimes it's about having the sort of like balls to sit in the trade and let it play out. We were talking about that the other day. Jesse Livermore said he made most of his money by sitting, lost most of his money by thinking, and made most of his money by sitting. And that sort of like stood out when we were reading that.
Yeah, every time I think, I just FOMO, and it gets me.
It seems like your instincts are good so far, but you gotta have a goal. Like you gotta have a final goal, and then when you get there, you gotta act on it. Because I think that's how people get into trouble. You end up in a forever trade. That's one of the important things about the 13 and the 50 strategy. It's not about entries for the most part, right? Although it does sort of help you get into entries. But for me, what it does for new people is it helps them track the momentum of the trade. right? So if you're in a short-term trade, like let's say you took this long down here, I can just tell you from what people tell me, that's helped them the most has been being able to stay in trades and ride them out until the momentum is actually gone. Right? Like some people would naturally get out on a dip like this because you're breaking the 50, it starts to look weak. You got in down here, you're like, all right, that's a decent trade. But letting the momentum completely die out, right? Like even here, if you would have taken here, it would have been better than the bottom. So you're talking about is just a way to track momentum. Right? You don't want to get out of the trade too soon, but you don't want to stay in the trade too long and have it go south. What time frame are you mostly trading on? 5 minute, 5:15, like quick scalp, or lower than that? 1 minute, 5 minute? Because for the 5 minute and up, I really like the 15 minute. Right? I really like watching the 15 minute for sort of a final notice. By this time on the 5, your 13 would have already crossed. Yeah. So the 15 minute is good, bro. Like literally, if you just prop up your 13 and your 50, right, and you watch your momentum, like forget about what price is doing. Now, there's ways to get out, you know, at better exits. But this, in my opinion, is the best way that I found to let a trade run as long as possible without the real fear of giving it all back. Right? Once that crosses, you know that that bullish momentum is now shifted. Now, it doesn't mean that it's not gonna, you know, give you a type 2 entry and then continue, right? But it lets you know at least that the impulse that you got into, yeah, and you wouldn't, and nothing would be telling you to get out yet. That's what I was talking about, leaving room for it to breathe. If you got out at the top when this 13 crossed the 50, this was your sign that you made the right choice, right? Bearish momentum came in, you had your big drop. Until that 13 crosses back above the 50, you still have bearish momentum here. If you want to fine tune it a little more, you can go to the 5 minute. Right? For a quick second here, you lost bearish momentum, but then prices just come down again. So until price and the 13 EMA can sustain above the 13, then you're still bearish here. I would still be looking for lower targets. This is what we talk about with the surfing, right? If you turn on your surf, oh, you guys don't have it. I keep telling people to turn on the indicator that they don't have. I know that shit's got to be annoying by now. Give me a second. Right? But this is the whole concept behind the waves. Right? If you're trading on a little bit of a higher time frame, so you'd be focused on the 15 minute, and your signal to go tan on the beach, right, or to go short would have been at that cross. Until you see that white start to pick up like it did here, right, or as soon as you see the 5 start to get above the 13, which is really what we're talking about, that's when you know your momentum is starting to shift the other way. But right here, I don't think you've waited too long to get out. I think you're being patient. It just feels like it on these moves up, right? These moves up, you always tighten up. It's always like, what if it pops? But our targets are all below. Market maker targets are all below. 800, psych high, psych low. Right? These are the things that I use to make me feel more calm when I'm in trades. Is market maker still trading with me? Right? If price goes where I want it to go, does market maker lose money or does he make money? Yeah, you want to watch your fibs. If you're somebody who wants to take advantage of every drop and you don't want to give anything back, then usually your fib levels are going to be where you start to, you know, get some resistance. right? Like we're sitting on a 0.5 fib right now. So somebody who wanted to take a short, and let's say they were more of a of a sniper, maybe bigger leverage, so they don't want to be in the trade too long. They can't give up anything like this because their leverage is pretty high. They would target something like that stopping volume candle on the 5, right? They would have TP'd short there, and then they would have retaken short at the retest of the 50, right? They'd be waiting for that mean reversion to reload their shorts, and then maybe they'd be in a brand new short now, right, with stops above SR, which is actually a pretty good position. It's a pretty decent short. I appreciate it too. I really try to keep it as simple as possible, bro. I think people overcomplicate it. And you can get, I mean, it is complicated. Don't get me wrong. I understand that I oversimplify it, but I just try to make the concepts like palatable for people. If people don't understand what you're saying, then what's the point? Well, always ask too. Always ask, right? Like, I don't want you to just go off of it because I say it. If there's something you don't understand, or if your TA says something different, then I don't mind showing you why I see what I see, and then maybe you can, you know. And I'm not always right, bro. I'm definitely not always right. I try to be kind of careful before I say anything. Like, no problem, bro.
Seeing these alt prices after not really being active in crypto for like 7 months, 8 months is crazy.
Yeah, I know, right? It's dangerous though, isn't it? Because it's like everything looks cheap.
Yeah.
Like, bro, this has got to be at the bottom, and then you go to another alt, and you're like, oh, this is definitely at the bottom.
Yeah, but I've been telling myself that like the whole Bitcoin bull market where all the alts were in a bear, I was like, oh my gosh, this is so cheap. I was like, I
Yeah.
can't not buy this. So I ain't make that mistake again. I am kind of just like looking at like the major ones, like for potential buys and at the end of the year. But Bitcoin, Ethereum will probably buy some of that. Maybe some altcoins I like. Maybe some ICP. Probably some ICP. I like what they do. So don't have any now because it'll probably keep dropping. But
Doge, only if it's war makeup. You know what time it is, bro. Only if there's some pillaging to be had.
like there's a lot of alts that are at their October 10 or whatever it was, October 6,
Yeah.
their capitulation lows.
Wicks Phil, huh? Damn. I said it that day, bro. I was like, we just literally got a 15-minute preview of what the bear market's gonna be. You know, like literally.
Yeah, that day was
Some will
crazy.
do a little worse. Some might just hit that bottom. Some are gonna do substantially worse, but
That was like the most wicked day of like crypto for like probably for a lot of people, including me. Not even close. Nothing comes close.
Tool for me, the 1350 is the closest you can get to accuracy, but without fake out prevention. Right? It's the smallest you can go on your EMAs, where it still won't trigger, give you constant false triggers, but it's sensitive enough to be actionable. We gotta go do some research at some point tonight.
Yeah, I'm never touching leverage again after that.
You're not alone, bro. But you know what's crazy? I'll be real with you. I had a lot of people say the same thing on FTX. Bro, put it like this. There's so many. Bro, I had a lot of people say the same thing on Celsius, and by the time FTX happened, they were already back on leverage, and that was just like 2 months, like 2 months apart.
Bro, nah, I can't touch leverage after that shit. Oh my god.
Now, this shit created a lot of Bitcoin maxis. For sure.
Dude,
Everybody's on the self-custody train right now. Even if it's not Bitcoin, like you just want to grab your crypto and hold it somewhere safe.
Like, I've been a Bitcoin maxi, but I didn't put my money in that idea.
Yeah.
Just kind of just went in that moonshot. Crazy.
I think the math that gets people the most when for people that have been here since the bottom of the last bear is when you put it in perspective of what if I would have taken every dollar and just bought Bitcoin and only taken one trade.
Yep.
What would I have versus that's the one that I think really does it for people that are like, hold up, bro, like I'm hustling backwards.
Yeah. It really is the best way to play it. Just Bitcoin for that majority of the time, and then maybe a little bit of time for like
alt season.
Top alts.
Take those profits and then play alt. Bro, the best. Everybody wants the 100x, and I get that, right? But it's so much easier to 10x a 10x, or to 20x a 20x a 5x.
Yep.
Right? Like you could literally just ride that Bitcoin for the 5x, and then take those profits to find one safe alt that you think has a 5 or a 6 or a 7x in it. You know what I mean? And even if that just 2x, right? Even if it just 3x or 2x, then you've taken that 5x and you've 2x. So you've 10x your portfolio with just Bitcoin and one alt trade.
Yeah, it's those like kind of like I don't want to say hidden, but kind of hidden math equations that kind of make the game. Like, for example, if you come down 50% to get your money back, you have to go up 100%. You can't just do 50%. It's math like that that will help a lot of people, I think. Because I didn't really look into that as much as I needed to. And it's not just like those bigger numbers; it's smaller numbers as well. Like you come down 1%, you can't just go back up 1%, and that adds up very quickly in crypto. And the multiples thing, that's perfect. It's not you don't shoot for 100x, you shoot for that, like you said.
It's way easier, bro. Just think about how, think about the last bull market. That means that you could have got into something like in the very beginning, like a gaming project that like Beam, the 10x or something, and then just took your profit halfway through the bull market, and then waited for one more trade that looked like a good, jumped in like Sui or something.
Yeah, I was just way too ambitious, bro. Like, I knew a guy that he probably had like 90K at the bottom of the bear, and I know he's doing very well. And I was like, damn, what am I doing with my little, my little 20K? I was like, I gotta turn this up. Turned it up a little bit, but gave it back.
Yeah. My
I'm
boy,
just glad
I
I can
always
laugh
bring it
about
up.
it.
My boy, I finally talked him into getting in and doing this, and I think he had like 13K. He had like 14K or something. He wanted to buy a whole Bitcoin. He sat and he watched Bitcoin go down from 69 all the way down to 15. And he didn't buy
Damn.
it because he couldn't get a whole Bitcoin. And he just didn't buy it. And he's like, I'll just put it in Ethereum. And then got tired of Ethereum because Ethereum wasn't doing anything. Right when Ethereum finally did something, he had moved in. It's just a mess, bro. It's like one mistake leads to another mistake, leads to another mistake.
Yeah, it's so much easier, and there's tons of aspects to play it more of a long-term outlook.
Yeah, we're getting
Instead of just
into the
being like
three
kind of
roles here
addicted.
soon. Like this, you don't have to pick one either, right? Like that's a big part of Cypher School where I talk about picking your speed. Right? You're gonna snipe, you're gonna scalp, or you're gonna surf, or you're gonna do a mix of all. Which is like what I do. Like there's always a bag that's long term running. There's 90% time there's a scalp or something if there's something active, and I'm always looking for some sort of a snipe. But keeping those three separate, right, in your mind, like they all have different strategies, but it's doable, and there's nothing wrong with either one of them. Right, you make just as much money surfing as you can scalping, as you can sniping. They just have to carry different risk levels, different levels of stress.
I just can't I can't get on board with like short-term trading anymore. Just after like researching like these quantitative trading firms and the amount of research they put into being able to make money on a short term, and then trying to replicate that as a retail trader, it just feels like doesn't seem make it make sense.
You gotta have a system, bro. It's gotta be mechanical because you're playing against machines. I don't have a target risk reward, but I've got a minimum risk reward that I'm willing to take. I don't like to take anything underneath a 4-to-1 personally. I know people say 3-to-1 and cool, but look, when you have the tools and your tools are sharp enough, a 4-to-1 is not what you're shooting for. That's like base minimum for me. But if I catch a good scalp, right, even on a basic mean reversion trade, I could be looking at a 10-to-1, 15-to-1, 20-to-1.
I think the average I read this on LinkedIn. I think the average salary at Citadel is like $1.2 million.
Nice little chunk of change
It's nuts, bro.
to show up to a building with a monkey suit on.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't really have a target, to be honest with you, though. I just whatever the chart gives me, right? Like I don't start off with a target. Like some people say, like, I only take 1% stop losses, or I only take, and it's like, well, that's not really how it works, right? It's chart dependent. It's not what's your stop loss, it's what's the stop loss of the chart that you're looking at. Because it should be the same for everybody. And then from there, then you can start thinking about, okay, now let me see what my risk reward is. Because if not, what some people will do is this. Some people will be like, I'm going to take this trade, but I'm going to take 10-to-1 risk reward. Right? And then they'll go like this. And they'll be like, well, that's only 4-to-1. So that means that I'm going to put my stop loss right here. All right, now it's a 10-to-1. And it's like, nah, bro. That's not, that is not how that works. You're going to get wrecked. The chart tells you what the trade is. You decide whether that's a good enough trade to take or not, right? Whether it's within your risk tolerance or not. but you don't get to make up the risk reward. That's a good way to get chopped up. Just death by 1,000 paper cuts. We'll talk about all that in class. It's important to have a cutoff limit too, right? Some people's 3%, some people's 5%. You're only allowed to lose 1% of your portfolio per trade. But you need a cutoff because you can't take 100. You know what I mean? You can't just sit there till you bleed out. So you need like a daily cutoff. If I lose 3% of the portfolio in a day, it's monitors off. Monitors off, straight to the journal, point to the journal, wake up in the morning, fresh eyes, figure out what the hell happened, figure out what rule I have to add to my rule book that wasn't in my rule book that got me screwed. If I can't figure out what that rule is, I can't trade yet. Go back to figure out what went wrong. If you don't know what went wrong, how are you going to stop it from happening again? And if it happens to you again after it just happened to you now you're on tilt. Now the trading for the next week is passed out, you know?
Yo, dude, quick question.
Yeah.
I know the whole Asia 50%. Is that more of a weekend thing, or is that day by day?
No, that's day by day. Yeah, you'll see that happen throughout the week. That's part of the inter-day cycle. Like when we get down to the daily cycle, then we're talking about daily open, daily high, daily low, and we're talking about the Asian session sort of little inventory run where they consolidate and then UK picks a direction. On the weekend, you don't see it because their algo, the algos don't really do that dance. It's mostly during the week. During the weekend, they all have the same job, try to get the CME as cheaply as possible. Drive safe, man.
I heard a guy say on can't remember what it was. I think it was maybe Twitter or LinkedIn. He said that now that we have all these avenues for speculative trades like Polymarket, Kalshi, and all this sports betting, that people won't really need speculative assets as much as they did anymore, like Bitcoin or altcoins.
It's true. Think about it. And I'll be honest with you, I'm not here to, no Polymarket sponsorship. I'm not even sure if I would take one. Probably wouldn't, just because it smells bad. But if I was shorting, somebody explain to me why I wouldn't just go on Polymarket and buy short with no liquidation. You know what I mean? It's almost like an option. They've got the liquidity, obviously. I 1000%. I 1000% think that they would that people are taking that route. I don't understand why people don't use options, and I think it's too late to put it into this, but during the next maybe not. Maybe I do have to do like a little subchapter or something on options. I don't understand why more people don't do options. Like I really don't. Because you've got the same 100x leverage to the top, but it's time based, not price based, right? So there's time for the trade to cook, and all you have to be right about is direction. But the problem is that people don't research, and to play options, you really have to learn about your Greeks. You really got to learn about your theta decay and your. So basically, what it is, it's a promise to buy, right? You're buying a options contract that gives you the option to buy or sell an asset at a future date for a certain price. So if you think price is going up and you buy a option contract long at the bottom, right? Then you buy the right to buy that Bitcoin in the future at a low price that you know that it's not going to be at, and then you get the difference, right, between it. So you're basically locking in the option to buy Bitcoin at a certain price. I'll go in depth because this isn't something that you can just glaze over, because there's a lot of ways to get screwed if you don't know what you're doing, but it doesn't have the easiest way to get screwed, which is getting liquidated. That's the easiest way to get screwed, by the way, the quick, fastest way out. The most annoying thing about options is if you don't understand theta and you don't understand the way that they track volatility, you can be moving in an asset that's slowly moving up, right? But the value of your contracts are getting destroyed by the theta. So it's different. There's different strategies that go with trading it. It's like prediction markets before prediction markets, really, if you think about it, right? You're trading the future price of an asset. You're trading the option, right? You're paying for the option to buy a contract at a future date. A lot of people make a lot of money selling short options, right? Where they provide the Bitcoin that the people are promising to buy at a price that you don't think it's going to get to. So you're trying to get the money off of the difference. But this is why I didn't put it into Cypher School, because there's already so much information in there, bro, that like there's going to have to be definitely different semesters or advanced courses once everybody's on the same page. Yeah, you have to pay the price no matter what, which means that you usually sell it. People usually don't let options contracts expire. Meaning, like, if I say, okay, I think Bitcoin's going to be at, whatever, a certain price, as it moves on the way up, the value for that contract is higher. But you're locking in the price, today's price, if that makes any sense. So you're not betting the price. You're betting that it will go up or down more or less than what you're currently paying. You know what? Maybe, yeah, see, the thing is, I can't do the options thing before I go through everything else. As soon as we get through the charts, as soon as we get through chapter 4, chapter 4, I'll slide the options thing in there. I always try to find like the most simple way to say shit. I don't know why I'm struggling so much when it comes to options. I think I might just be tired, bro. For me, it's better for pivots. Like for me, I think it's the best way to catch a top or a bottom, right? Because of the fact that there's no liquidation, you can be off on time as long as they're long dated. You can buy long dated or short dated options. Some people buy options that expire within that day, where you're betting this shit is going to go up within the next 7 hours, right? What I'm talking about are long dated options, right? 6 month, 8 month, 12-month out. Yeah, that's why I said I need to get through at least some of the basics before. And not for everybody, obviously, right? But I just don't want to analysis paralysis. And options are dangerous. It's all dangerous. Anytime you're using any sort of leverage, right? Any leveraged position is dangerous. But a lot of people sell options and just eat off of the fees.
I used to do that. So I used to sell cash secured puts. It's risky business though, because the ones that pay like decent amount or whatever you consider a decent amount, it's because there's a lot of people on the other side, and there's usually like bearish news, and you're kind of just like betting it's not as bearish.
Or it's early, like it's very early, right? Like taking a long dated option on Bitcoin before the bear market is over, right? Before everybody's on board with it going up, can be pretty lucrative. And you don't have to worry about catching the very bottom because price doesn't matter. You're not going to get liquidated by price. It's simple. It's like you want to buy something at the store. You want to buy some speakers for $1,000, but you don't want to buy it now because you think price will go down. Right? So the owner of the store tells you, all right, if you give me $50, I'll lock in that $1,000 price for you. And no matter what, you can get it for $1,000. Right? And then it goes up to $2,000, and then you come and you give them your option and you exercise your option and you buy that speaker for $1,000. Right? You just bought something at 50% off because of your option. Now, there's other people that you can sell your option to. So let's say I buy that option for $1,000 and price is going to $2,000, but I don't want to sell it, right? Somebody else comes and says, hey, I'll buy that option for you. I think it's going to 2,000. Like it's not at 2,000 yet, but I want to get out early is what I mean, right? Like let's say we're at 1750. But I'm getting nervous about it. Well, the price of that option has gone up now because the chances of hitting that 2K are higher, right? So somebody else comes in and says, well, I'll buy that for you. and then you make money off of selling them the option, and then whatever they decide to do is on them. Right? So the way that it's used, the way that institutions use it, because the reason we need to understand it is because this is how institutions play. They buy on spot, and then they buy short options. Right? So they load up on spot, and if price doesn't go up, they get paid off their options. If price goes up, they don't matter. It doesn't matter to them because they don't get liquidated on their options. Right? They're long dated options. So they can go heavy on options at the top and make money off both sides. If price continues to squeeze, then they get paid. But if price goes down, then their options click.
Imagine strategy, MicroStrategy options at the bottom of the last bear. Yum.
It's also a good way to not have to sell your position during the bull. Right? You want to ride up, you want to have that surfer bag that you don't touch. But you see that weekly chart. And that weekly chart just looks like you gotta retrace, right? But maybe you haven't held for a year, you don't want to pay the capital gains tax on selling. So you just open up a couple options contracts. Right? And you hedge with the options contracts. Yeah, I'll definitely save it because I know if I lost my mods, it's a wrap for everybody else. I'm cooked too, though, bro. It's been a day from hell. Literally nonstop. It's one of those days that you can't even really remember what you did because it was like from one thing to the other to the other to the other. It's all a blur. Yeah, coin margin is also good, in my opinion. It takes away the whole hustling for fiat feel of it. But you got to be careful because now it's not fiat that you're losing, right? It's like you get liquidated that the Bitcoin is gone or whatever you're trading. But it's a good way if you know what you're doing to level that bag up, right? To bubble the bag up of the actual asset. To be fair, I started the conversation by saying, you know how I usually can put things into ways that are like easy to understand? I'm struggling to do that right now with options, okay? It was fair warning before we even started. That's some funny shit. I guess we'll leave the delta neutral volatility arbitrage of the iron condor butterfly spread for another time. Maybe we'll get into some dispersion trading.
Yeah, definitely not ready for that. Not tonight. Not tonight.
A lot of these are just really complex risk strategies more than anything. Oh, it's 1000% real. It's 1000% real. Morning, Dan. It really isn't that complicated though once you break it down. It just takes some breaking down. There's a learning curve. But you'll know your gammas off the top of your head in no time. Yeah, they're just building up liquidity for the move, man. If it was cheap enough for them, they would have taken it already. Yo, wow, what's going on, brother?
Yo, Dbloc, I got a question.
Yes, sir.
So right now, like, so the 800 is right there, right? But it's still in the area where you have all those vectors, right? That big push up
Yeah.
without like kind of cleaning it up, right? So I usually like when I see the 800 and it's in an area where there's, accumulation, I kind of respect that area. But when an 800 is, for example, in this area, right, like here on the 15-minute, and it's in this area where it's aligned to a lot of vectors, does it still hold strength like your typical 800, or is it weaker than?
It'll hold strength, but it doesn't mean that it's the external, right? Like you've got your psychological low and high below it. So you've already got, just here alone, you've got two more. So to me, when I see that sort of vector and I see that, what it tells me is, okay, you should probably move up to like the 30-minute,
So that like the
right?
800
So we're
point.
already on there for the 30. So when this
Okay.
breaks, then we know that 15 is next. But if we go to the 5, right? So you start to notice like the only vector underneath really is that 15.
Okay.
Right? Even if you go to like the hourly, then we're probably flat on the 800 on the hourly. No, it's already above us. Right? So yeah, I would expect some sort of reaction, but you know that CME gap and
Yeah.
the
'Cause sometimes
psychological
that's where I
ranges,
kind of
it's
like,
gonna get hit. So
yeah, because I like trading the 1 hour, right? And sometimes when I hit the 200, that's like a major TP point, and sometimes that's where I kind of TP a little way too early,
mhm.
because I start like my mind starts telling me like, should I respect the psychologicals more than the EMA? And I just don't want to, you know, I don't want to take too much of a risk. But like now I'm seeing this, that's why I had to ask the question. Like
it's
I'm
the
seeing the vectors a lot for that.
it's the time of the trade, right? So like, let's say you're on the 15-minute. Yeah, those psychologicals are down there, but there's like days left for that to get hit versus the meaner version above you, which will probably get hit within an hour or so. So it's just balancing the poles of the magnets. What I show in the course is like when you take the when you take the trade, your 200 EMA, right? When you're on a nice full stretch, your 200 EMA is usually like right now if we were gonna go long, and your 200 would be where it's safe to start just TPing a little bit because of how
Yeah,
many times we go to the 2 and we don't go to the 8. Right? There's plenty of times where I'm trying to find the time where we're trending. This is a horrible time frame to do it on.
yeah, I TP'd one on the 15-minute 200 where we just consolidated. It's like that was my first TP. So I'm like looking at the 800, but I don't like where it's at. So I don't want to like give it too much thought.
Yeah. I don't think there's anything wrong with TPing the 200 and leaving a runner for the 8. And then if you have obviously stuff underneath, then that runner can turn into a nice.
The Cypher really like what you taught me really changed the way I trade. Like trading the weekly trend and learning how to use those psychologicals allows me to hold on to my trade and not just rely on the EMAs. You know what I mean?
Yeah, for
Like
sure.
I see the CME gap and I see the psi high, psi low, and it tells me, okay, if 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 the market maker wants a chart that like whales will respect, we have to respect the psychologicals. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
So for the week, so it allows me to hold on to the trade longer.
It's good. $8 p.m. tomorrow. Twitter can't figure out if it's a ceasefire or if they're dropping everything they have. I'm not too worried about it, man. I think this is just another case of saber rattling. Yeah, I agree. If they want to blame it on the war, then whatever. You know what I mean? We come down and we clear all these liquidations down to 65 or even worse, break that 50 on the monthly or whatever. If they want to blame it on whatever Trump said, then cool. But that's sort of what I'm looking at regardless. Insert news story here, right? This is one of those situations where you can just predict it. All I know is some insider is about to eat on Poly Market when this announcement comes out.
What's the bet?
Just what it's gonna be, what he's gonna say. You know, anybody that can get their hands on that speech, even 15 minutes before he gets on stage, is gonna go crazy on Poly. Well, we have to build structure. We've got the M pattern, but it hasn't played out yet, right? But we've got the basic structure for it. You're still fighting with that W pattern, though. It's just a whole bunch of sideways. The reason I haven't drawn out anything is because both sides will claim it and both sides would be right. M pattern, players will say, bulls will say that's not fully formed. W pattern, bulls will say, bears will say that's not fully formed. So lose, bro. People will say the deviation broke the bear flag. Bears will say that hasn't broken out. I mean, I could go on and on. Truth of the matter is, we're chopping and we are condensing down to a point of control. Right. Symmetricals are built by symmetricals are built by ties. Right? This is a tie between the bulls and the bears. Nobody's in charge. They've literally pushed the extremes as much as they can. Now they're out of breath and prices consolidating around a point of control or a fair value. And if you pull your fib, if you pull your volume profile, right, price is just slowly losing its momentum around that point of control, and then eventually it will break. My money's on it comes down. Right, it rejects off the 50 one last time, rolls over. Alright, let me start restarting the stream, getting ready for bed. And start pulling my bedtime back by like 1 hour, week after week. Trick myself to being human again. No more vampire block. Morning, H. I'm going. I think the odds are we complete that H and squeeze licks to the 800. Yeah. Forced to make a decision right now. Yeah. I'm working on it. It's good. It only hurts like every third or fourth time I blink. So it's not like a every blink sort of thing. That's got to be progress, right? You know, I'd love to take a day off, but I've never been able to convince the rest of the world to do it with me, and then it just kind of seems like a trick. Like, nah, you just want me off my game so that y'all can catch up. You know that trick. If it makes you feel any better, I've been wearing the blue light glasses. Try to at least give my... Yeah, I have my eye patch on the first day. I bought that compress, and I couldn't just sit there and hold it on my eye, so I strapped it in place with the eye patch. It was a look. Nah, I'm just talking shit, yo. I definitely make time for myself. But just I love doing this, you know what I mean? I'm usually not away from the charts, and it's nothing for me to just jump on and say what's up if I'm at the computer, so. But there's definitely a legit vacation coming soon. It's just been the first year. It's like anything else, right? When you start a business, that first year is like that lock-in year where you really go, you know, and this is just like a business, right? Making sure that this operates the way it's supposed to takes just as much effort if it was like a huge for-profit enterprise. But definitely a vacation coming soon. Hit a lot of the goals that I set for myself this year. So there's definitely a lot of stuff to celebrate. One last thing to get out of the way. Or not even get out of the way because I'm looking forward to it, but one last thing to do. Get through Cypher school. If I can just avoid Bobby getting me into some sort of lawsuit, I think the semester will go smoothly. So is Bobby just behaving now, or has he convinced y'all to stop snitching on him? Because like nobody snitched on Bobby for at least 24 hours, and I don't believe for 1 second that he's behaving. I mean, that's what I'm trying to do with all the bots, but just separate, right? Like different things instead of it just being one. But the point is, like, yeah, if there's a question, because like, I want y'all to realize, like, these aren't just bots that are, like, if you went to, Gemini or you went to, like, I've built their brains with everything that we're talking about, right? They have all the contents from the course. They know how I think. They know how I look at things. So it's like, and the way that it pulls, excuse me, the way that it pulls when it works properly is that it shouldn't hallucinate. Just don't count too much on exact price points because they're like a couple seconds or minutes behind what price. But as far as what does this mean, what does that mean? Like they can more than handle that. The stream should be able to stay up while I'm gone on vacation. It's probably just going to be like 3 or 4 days. We've definitely had streams longer than that before. Just as long as the lights don't go out or something. It's been fun playing with it. The brain dump was like the most interesting part. Like trying to take everything in your head and put it down was like, God, this is a lot. The first draft of Cypher School was 5 chapters long. That shit is now 15 chapters, 125 sub-chapters, 198 different pieces of content. And honestly, between us, it's probably not a quarter of the shit I got in my head. It's just enough to where it's not too much at one go. Yeah, this isn't it. Like you're not gonna take Cypher School and be like, okay, now I know everything. This is literally everything that you need to know to get through the next section of a bull market, right? To get down to the bear. I don't know, bro. It depends on how you mean that. I think it's over for us way before it's over, if that makes sense. Like, I think the US pulls out before it's over and it continues without us. But I mean, it really could go either way, young. You're talking about 4 or 5 groups with completely different motivations, and each one of them could make it worse in a hurry by doing the wrong thing. That's why I think that we hightail it out of there. We're going to stand up. We're going to say, look, we had 3 goals, or we had 4 goals, or we had 2 goals. Who knows? They'll make it up later. We had 3 goals. We changed the regime. We took care of the nukes, and we opened the strait, or we, whatever. They'll make up some shit, and then we'll just leave, bro. We'll fly the flag, and we'll be out. Gloomy with the 20 gifties. W gifts. The main reason, though, is because I think that the Republican Party's not going to want to go into the midterms at war. It's an unpopular war, so you've only got 2 options. You either pull out of the war or you make the war popular somehow. I'll let you get creative on how someone makes a war popular, but let's just say that there's ways. W mod. Alright, Def with the 10 gifties. W Def. Is this like a duel but with gifts? Fight. Oh, I was right. See, I knew it was spicy. I felt it. I felt there was a little spice behind those 10. I'll be right back, y'all. Give me a second. Damn, 9 months already. 9 months is crazy. WH. Alright, let's restart the stream real quick, yo. We'll be right back in 1 minute.